What's going on, everybody? Welcome to the Ledger Lounge. This is Oz the Crypto Goat. How are we doing today? Don't forget to smash that like button, subscribe to the channel, share the show with your friends. So we got something to look at. We got a new candle forming and it's already turning red. And we're gonna get into that in just a minute. But in the meantime, start smashing that like button. And today is the big face reveal. The mask will be coming off today. I will be taking the mask off. But we got to get to some likes on TikTok and I will be taking off the mask. So start hitting that like button. We finally got the new studio done. And it's a beauty. Start smashing that like button, guys. We're gonna get started in just a few minutes, and I will be taking the mask off today. And you're gonna get to see my face for the special release of the studio live here on Twitch, TikTok, and YouTube. And you can find us, that's Oz the Crypto Goat. Welcome to the show. And today's gonna be a fun day. It's gonna be a fun day. You finally get to see my face. And hopefully it's what you thought. But I do look a lot like my emoji. But we got to get up in those likes before I do that. What's up, TikTok seller? So yes, the studio is finally complete. Hi, so excited to be with you tonight. I'm hoping to talk more about Solnick. Yeah, we can look at any project you like. All you got to do is become a subscriber on TikTok, or you can come over to Twitch. That's Oz the Crypto Goat, all lowercases, no spaces, and you can get that for free just by coming over to Twitch. But we got a lot to cover today. We just started today's new candle. It started out red, it's looking a little green, but we're gonna have to give it some time and see what happens. But today's candle is X marks the spot. So the candle directly over the X is today's candle. However, yesterday's candle did reach down exactly to that X of 128. But there was a lot of buy pressure. So there is a possibility it could continue up from here, depending on what this candle closes as will indicate whether it's going to move up or if this is a head and shoulders and fall back down. But I'll tell you what, this is a textbook head and shoulders right here. What's up, RJK? Welcome. Don't forget to start smashing the like button, guys. We need your help here on TikTok as well as Twitch. And thank you to all my Twitch warriors for coming over. Remember, we will be leaving TikTok eventually, especially if it gets banned. Twitch will be the place where you can find the show. And pretty soon here, I think once we get to about 50,000 likes, I will turn on the lights and take off the mask. What do you guys think of the studio? Is it not amazing? It's actually quite magnificent. What you guys see does it no justice. It is just absolutely wonderful. So we'll get started with the technical analysis in a little bit. As you can see, I got my face mask here. Check it out. I got the little boo ghost on there. Do you see it? We got our little ghost guy. Are we up? I don't know. We're gonna have to see what today's candle does. What's up, Rambo? Long time no see, buddy. All right. So welcome to the Ledger Lounge. As you all know me, I am Oz the Crypto Goat. For those of you that do, and for those of you that don't, we do technical analysis here on Twitch, TikTok, and YouTube. So if you miss a live, you can always go back to YouTube. That's Oz the Crypto Goat, all lowercases, no spaces. And you can find those recordings just in case you miss a live. And don't forget, you can also subscribe. When you subscribe, you get access to my daily price point videos where we are nailing the price every single day to the cent or even fractions of a cent. But we have been on point for months now, every single day. So if you're looking to day trade, that's something you want to do. And as a deluxe subscriber, I would say that the regular subscription is more for the advanced trader. And for those of you that are learning and need a little bit more guidance or need help with other projects as well, as a deluxe subscriber, you can reach out and message me directly. So, and I offer coaching, and I can help you learn how to do your own technical analysis, how to do your day trading. I can't tell you exactly what to do, but I can teach you and show you what I see and teach you how to know what I know the way I know it, so that way you can be a successful day trader as well. So welcome to the show. Hope you all like the new setup. We got cameras here. And we are cooking, baby. We are cooking. And thank you all for hitting that like button. And don't forget, send in those goats. As you all know, I am Oz the Crypto Goat. HD Militia says, I'm trying to go to Vegas on June 2nd. Is that the only day to meet? Yes, June 2nd will be the only day. I will be in Vegas all week, but I'm going to be with family and doing other things. You may get lucky and run into me in Vegas. But on June 2nd, that's the day. That's the day of that live. At least for the meet and greet and everything. You may catch me on the strip doing interviews. Recording or set up with the camera. You might see me out there. I'm going to be out there all week, so we shall see. I think I'm getting out there on the 1st. I'm thinking by noon on the 1st I'll be there. I'm going to be checking into my hotel room and getting my family settled and so on and so forth. And then that's Tuesday will be the night. And I'll be there for the next several days. But those will be more time with my family. But Tuesday night, June 2nd, we will be in Vegas doing a meet and greet. So hopefully you guys can make it out there. Come see us. The Crypto Con will be in Vegas as well. I'm not attending it. I completely spaced that it was going on. Otherwise, I would have planned my trip for that and went to it. But I don't know. Maybe I'll show up at the convention if it's going on. We'll see. I think EDC is going on there and stuff right now. But it'll be fun. It'll be fun. We'll have a good time. We'll go play some games and hang out and have a good time. I'll probably be out all night with you guys. If all goes well, we'll have a good time. All right, so let's take a look at the charts. We got a lot of news to cover. There is more crypto news than there is other news today. We have a lot to cover as far as crypto goes. There's a lot going on, man. The next several months are going to be a defining time for crypto. And I think that's why we're seeing this positive movement in the market. And I would say if we hold past the X here and stay in this box, that would confirm a breakout. But I haven't seen enough of a price correction. I mean, I guess you could consider this a price correction from this move up here. But it pumps, it consolidates, it pumps, it consolidates and drops, you know. So pump, bear. I would expect it to run sideways a little bit more if it's going to pump again. So if you think it's going to pump again, I think you've got another entry opportunity. If it gets above here, above 247, it's probably going to go to 280. So that's something to look out for. You know, you can't always catch the tip of every wick, okay? It's all about numbers here, is catching the middle. So when we catch the middle, we can be profitable by catching the middle consistently. All right. Start smashing that like button on TikTok. We're going to be pulling off the face mask here probably sooner than later because it's getting hot under here, baby. I got the air conditioner on. But it's still, the mask definitely adds more to it. And don't forget to send in the goats on TikTok right here. The goats, as you know, I'm the crypto goat. So let's do a little TNA. Let's go into some lower time frames. I have not been looking at too many of them lately. Because the 1 day and the 1 hour are probably your best bet to finding out what's going on. But look at that. Look at that. We double bottomed like right at the X. We're pretty much right over the X right now. Obviously, these aren't perfectly timed. This X could be in the next day or so, and it could have already happened. Where we touched right here, but this is pretty much wherever we see these X's in these trend lines, we're gonna see they're like magnets, and we have the magnet on the 1 day showing that it's pulling it towards it. The question is will it break upward from here and stay in this upward trend, or will it break down? The thing about that is let me go into the 1 hour here. This is a textbook head and shoulders. So I would be willing to bet, let's see, tomorrow is Tuesday, that's the day that falls right over top of the X. I would imagine that from there it would be down all the way to 210 to 208, and it could go, you know, like 215, 220 and still be within that head and shoulders pattern. But it's right here, baby. This is textbook right there. It doesn't get more textbook than that. So, and I would say that it's highly likely because we've been traveling up this channel for so long, we're due for a 50% price correction, which would put us about 210, 220. And that would be a nice move of correction. And I would say it would probably hit this little line right here. And look at, that's 208. Right on the blue line, which is also where we last hit right here. And that would make for either a bounce up here and we start trending down this way, or we break through and fall through, or we break up. But let me tell you, if we trend through this channel, that's hella bullish. Okay? So if it comes down here and it does this, baby, oh, it's going to do that. And it'll go right back to 255. And that would be a strong indication of, you know, that sideways movement XRP has been doing. XRP has been doing a lot of sideways movement. And this is just healthy movement. But I'll tell you what, that would be 190 all the way to 250, or like 197 up to 245. So that's a beautiful little movement right there. And I think that that kind of lines up because that would put this into July. So let me come here. As we get more candles and more data, it's easier to see these patterns. But we've just been waiting for things to develop and to get more input. But that looks highly likely. A head and shoulders, a downward channel, and then an upward channel. This is textbook trading right here, okay? This is textbook. This is very likely. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Boom! Elliott wave theory right there, baby. That would do it. And I mean, it could do like 240, 230-ish from there, but I'm thinking more 250. I'm thinking like, you know, 247 again. But this is a textbook head and shoulders. If this breaks this pattern, expect 280. Can you check Shiba Inu? Yeah, definitely. If you want me to look at Shiba, all you got to do is become a subscriber or come on over to Twitch and it's for free. So if you put it in the chat on Twitch, you can get that for free because we will be leaving TikTok. So that gives you an opportunity to find out where we're going to be because TikTok will be shutting down on June 19th. So George R., come on over to Twitch. That's Oz the Crypto Goat, all lowercases, no spaces. What's free? If you want me to look at a project for you, viewer discretion, you're already a subscriber, so you get that luxury on TikTok because you pay for it. But if you want me to look up projects for you, you've either got to be a subscriber or you got to come put it in the chat on Twitch. So, George R., I would highly recommend you do that because I'll tell you what, we've been nailing it every day, baby, to the cent. So if you're into a special project and you want that technical analysis, all you got to do is become a subscriber or come on over to Twitch. And don't forget, those of you that are watching on Twitch and on TikTok, we are supported by your donations. So your donations go to help pay for the staff. The staff put together so much news. I don't even know how we're going to cover all this. And the face reveal. We got a lot to cover today. So I will be taking the mask off and turning the lights on. So you're going to get to see my face today for the very first time. Unless you saw the Angels Stadium special live. I did have no mask on. I thought you said in a previous episode that Sonic was your favorite 100x coin. Solnik, I think you said that. I think you said that Solnik was. Shiba Inu, as far as meme coins go, I really like Shiba Inu. I think it has tremendous opportunity because it has utility. and its utility can be voted on by its holders. How am I going to find you on Twitch? Just go to Twitch and then go into the search bar and type in Oz the Crypto Goat. That's all you got to do. And watch me on there. And put it in the chat and I will pull that up for you right away. Just go to the Twitch chat and see the live there. And I'll tell you, Twitch is where it's at anyway. It's just a much better setup and service, and we're going to be doing the live there from now on once TikTok gets shut down. Viewer discretion says, yes, you look like Justin Turner. I'm George from TikTok. Welcome, George. So put in there, just downloaded Twitch. Thank you so much, man. I appreciate you coming over because TikTok will be getting shut down on June 19th. And so when you come over to Twitch, you get those perks for free by asking what you want. Shiba Inu, you got it, buddy. Let's look at Sheeb. I love Shiba Inu. For those of you that don't know Shiba Inu is the meme coin with utility. Shiba Inu has a bright future. Okay? And if you know my story, you know that I put $1,000 into Shiba Inu in May of 2020, and it took off like crazy. So you know how much I made. I'm not going to tell you exact numbers, but you know what? I did pretty well off of Shiba. This is a nice descending channel, baby. And I would say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So I think it's got one more move down and then a breakout upward. Okay. And I would say it's probably going to come down to, if you should be able to see the number on your screen. That's it, baby. It could go right here, 1323, but I'm thinking the floor is 1296. So that's what I'm thinking. It's going to come down here one more time. And that's based off of Elliott wave theory. I don't generally use that. But people have been asking me to use it a little bit more and more Wyckoff. So I'm doing a little bit of it when I see it necessary. But I think we're going into wave 6. So this would be 5 and then 6. Do I believe it'll go to 00003? Oh man. That's really high. Let's see, we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2. Geez, 03. That's a big move, man. That is a big ask. However, we've seen it pump before. I would say the high end, this would, let's say that this does this right here. That's a Head and Shoulders. Okay? That's a Head and Shoulders right there. And it would probably come back down one more time. However, let's say end of July, right around here, it could do something where it peaks and then does this and then gets another run up like this. And as you can see, each time it runs, it falls a little short. So this was March, and then we had November, December. I would say your ceiling is going to be 2495. And just to be safe, I would say 2398. Any updates on SXT? Man, let me look it up right now. Let me look up SXT. That's a good question. I haven't even looked at it. It's one of those that I just kind of bought and figured it's not going to do anything until meme coin season. Pixelman hacks. So it's most possible for the next 2 days to go. Yes. I think there's an extra 0 in there. So 0.00002. SXT, baby. We bought some SXT. Yeah, no worries, man. I get it. I make number mistakes all the time. I be watching XRP all the time, so I make mistakes too. So we're at about 10 cents. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It seems like it's on its 6th wave. I would say that there's a potential for an upward movement. We're in this downward channel. However, with meme coins like this and things like that, this is technically a utility coin, not a meme coin, but it's way low market cap. So it is very, very hard to chart. There's just not enough input on it. And basically what happened is they got the pre-sale. Okay, everybody that bought the pre-sale paid way too much for it. It got released and it came down here. And look at this nasty head and shoulders it formed right here. Double top and fell down hard. And it's just been kind of creeping up and falling. And now it seems like it more or less wants to move sideways, but it could break down from here, but it's this nice little channel here. Got a nice little channel forming. Let me see here. So maybe something like that. So it looks like it's trying to break out. It's keeping the upside here. If it can break out from here, I would say that there's a potential for it to head back to at least 14 cents. Justin Turner, baseball player, duh, I knew that. I thought you were talking about an actor. I don't know why I kept thinking Justin Timberlake. So SXT, as you know, I put an order in at 10 cents and we didn't quite hit it. It didn't quite make it to 10 cents, but we did buy it at 11. So I bought it at 12, 11, and 10 because it's just kind of hard to say. And we'll see what happens. But it seems like it wants to break out right here. This seems like, you know, it wants to do it. All right, if you're watching on TikTok, start smashing that like button because I'm about to take this mask off here real soon. Let's get to 10,000 likes. 10,000 likes and the mask comes off. I'm getting thirsty. So hopefully I can take the mask off this live. Otherwise we'll cut the live short and I'll take a drink and we'll try again tomorrow. So let's work together, guys. Let's be a team here. But this is what I'm thinking, baby. If it does this, unless it just like bad tariff news and it just falls like crazy and it comes down to these $1 zones. But this seems likely because it seems to be doing this. But also look at this. If it makes this downward channel, that is also a nasty head and shoulders. Nasty. And we've had one before. We had an inverted one right here. We had a right side up one right here. So those big head and shoulder patterns, they play out. What's up, AV? How you doing? How do you like the new studio setup? Oh, we got a notification here. Diz with the bird. Thank you for the bird. Much appreciated. Much appreciated. Yeah, we worked really hard on this studio. It doesn't look like much. It's just like some curtains and stuff. But what you don't see is just magnificent. I can't even believe that I have this now. Like, my kids are like, holy crap, this is the nicest thing I've ever seen. So it may just dump. It's been running sideways. Yeah, I think so. It's a textbook Head and Shoulders right now. TikTok seller says, looking good. Thank you, man. What's BTC's next move? That's a good question, actually. BTC's next move is going to drive everything. So I would imagine if BTC goes down, you're going to see low market cap coins go up. And if BTC goes up, you're going to see low market caps go down. And everything else will go with it up. But XRP seems to be like the one coin that doesn't really want to follow the rules. All right, so this is what I'm seeing. Okay, we've kind of hit the ceiling here. We're at that, what, 105 and went to like 107. All-time highs will be 109. Okay, and there is a possibility that it goes up to test all-time highs of 109 and maybe even wicks into 110. However, okay, this has been a magnificent bullish push from Bitcoin, okay? It double bottomed right here at 74,000 and is pumped all the way to 105K. That is a nice bullish push, okay? That is very nice. However, this channel... See, we'll go to 110 with it. That channel is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So it could potentially go to all-time high. And I would say there's a possibility that it goes to all-time high and FOMO just sets in, which shoots it upward. Okay? However, this pattern, it going up in an ascending channel, usually brings a break downward. So let's say it moves up here and then it would just crash. And I'd say somewhere at least at the minimum 94K. And that would be a 50%. Okay. And more than likely what it's going to do is Head and Shoulders right here. It's going to do what XRP is doing. Going to come up here, do this, boom, and come back down. And I'm thinking the bottom would be somewhere between, it could be right here, these two candles right here, say 98K. But it's due for it, you know? Look at here. Look here in the past, okay? Look at this nice move upward it had, right? And it moved up, and then eventually it broke down and moved its way down. Okay? Then it moved up. It's looking for any excuse to come back down right now. And let me tell you, Bitcoin drives everything. So let me go on a lower time frame and let's see what it could possibly do in the next couple days. Oh, yeah. That looks a bit like a diamond top, doesn't it? You guys seeing a diamond top? I'm seeing it. Obviously, it has not formed yet. That's a possibility that this diamond tops right here. I'd say that comes out to there, which means it would have a heavy drop in the next several days. But it hasn't quite formed yet. As of right now, the only formation it's formed is this ascending channel. And I'd say that this is another slight ascending channel here. It's kind of a widening wedge, but not really because it's wonky down here. I don't know. I'd say it's more like a diamond top than anything. And, you know, this could be the diamond top right here. It could be the small diamond top, and it just broke it and took off. But I'd say, does XRP follow BTC? Yes and no. When we get into the 220, 215 zone, XRP does its own thing. That's a blow off soon. I agree. We're coming into May, June, July. That's the down season, crypto winter. So I would expect a correction and start moving towards alt season in August. That's what I think. This year is like no other year we've ever seen. Nothing is like any bull run we've ever seen. And I think it's partially intentional. Alt season is when all the altcoins take off. Ethereum takes dominance, but I don't think Ethereum's going to take dominance this year. Oh, all-time high soon for Bitcoin? I think it's possible. I think Bitcoin could see its all-time high before it breaks down, because it seems like it wants another move up here. It seems like it wants to come test right here at all-time high. Let me redraw that. You know, that'd be like 212, which means it would be a new all-time high. But it could fall short. It could just hit 210 and blam, done. You know? Voting starts in 5 minutes or what? Voting for what? The legislation? Is that so? I wonder if there's a live. Genius Act. Let's look it up. Let's see here. Let's add live. No, there's no live. But we were going to cover this story. Senate to try again to advise crypto bill after Democratic opposition tanked first vote. I guess they're going to vote soon, but we won't get the news probably till tomorrow. Maybe we'll get something. Somebody's going to have to get out of the meeting and go speak to the journalists for something like that to happen. And I think that's why we're seeing the moves that we're seeing. I'm watching a live of it. It's a link on X. We'll have the news tonight. Let me have my fact checkers find out where we can get that link. Need link to All right, fact checkers are working on it, finding out where we can watch that. And I have to use this underneath my mask or I'll get in trouble on TikTok. Manipulations. AV says manipulations. I think manipulations are highly likely. What we'll see is people pump it up and then shorting of the market. Don't forget CME futures. All right, start smashing the like button. I'm going to take this mask off. Are you guys ready to see my face? TikTok seller, thank you for the heart me. Don't forget, if you're watching on TikTok, I need those heart me's. I need those likes. If you can't give, just hit the like button right now. Let's get those likes up. I'm going to take this mask off. I can't breathe in it. And I'm going to show you all my face. You guys ready? Are you ready for the face reveal? Are you ready? Boom! There it is! What do you think? I'm just messing with you guys. This one's coming off too. Eleanor Tarrant has the link. Start smashing the like button. I have my fact checking crew find all that for me, so that way we're watching something official. But they're working remotely. Let me get them on the phone here. I sent you a link for you to check for me. All right. All right. So we'll get that link pulled up here in just a minute. But in the meantime, start smashing the like button. I'm going to take the mask off and we are going to see my face. You're going to see my face. There's a little bit of it. If I want to learn crypto trading and stuff, learn crypto. Yeah, if you want to learn how to trade crypto, become a deluxe subscriber and I offer coaching. You can message me directly and I can teach you, because we have been calling the price to the cent every single day. AV, you getting excited? The mask's going to come off and the lights are going to come on and you're all going to see my face. As soon as we get to 5K likes on TikTok, it's coming off, baby. We're almost there. We're at 4.7 likes on TikTok. Let's get there. We are so close. Double tap that screen, baby. The lights are coming on. Should I turn the lights on first and then take off the mask? Or should I take off the mask, then turn on the lights? I'm thinking the lights first. I really want to get out of this mask, though, guys. You guys are making me work for it. I can hardly breathe. AV, you guys excited? This is the first, well, we had a beta test live the other night on Sunday on Twitch only. There you go, 5K likes. All right, here it goes. It's coming off. The mask is coming off. Let me turn on the lights. Boom. All right, here we go. What's going on, everybody? So you get to see my face. I actually look just like my avatar. Oh, and TikTok disconnected. You know, that's another reason to come over to Twitch, guys. TikTok has a lot of issues with disconnecting, where on Twitch we have no problems. So if you like the new studio and you like seeing my face and everything, send some goats right now. We need to get 20 goats. Help me get those goats, guys. Hope you all like the new setup. It was a lot of work. Yes, it's nice to officially finally meet you guys face to face. Obviously, I can't see your face, but you can see mine. Welcome to the Ledger Lounge with Oz the Crypto Goat. What an amazing achievement to get to this point. It took so much work and so much time and man hours to get all this done. Oz is real, guys. The real goat. Yes. Thank you, Simont. Much appreciation to you. Simont's been here since like the beginning. Simont and TikTok Seller have been here since I had, did I have the Nintendo Switch back then? I was streaming on the Switch. Sharon Strong, thank you so much. It's nice to meet you as well. Hope you enjoy everything that I put together here. You got, I mean, I paid for a lot of it, but like, because you guys have given to this show and put so much and belief and trust into me, this is my way of giving back to you, is by growing this show. I look Scottish. I'm actually Norwegian. I'm Nordic. You guys want a side profile? Boom. What do you think, huh? Little side profile. Yeah, I'm almost pure-blooded Norwegian. Oh, I needed a drink so bad. That's the real reason I took the mask off. I was going to make you guys work for it, but I couldn't breathe. It was so hot. I have to turn the air conditioning down when I'm doing the live because it's too loud. It's a nice cool in here because it's so well insulated. It stays cool for a long time, but it still gets hot. HD Malicious says stud. You guys are too kind. Thank you. So if you see this face wandering around Vegas, first week of June, then you'll know who to come harass. You'll probably see me out there. I'll probably have the camera set up or doing interviews, walking around. I thought you were going to do a reveal on Vegas. I was going to do a reveal, but I got so excited, man. We've been working on this show for so long, and there's a possibility that we lose access to the TikTok so that we can see the camera. So I wanted to, you know, take some time and be able to reveal that, because there is a big possibility that TikTok, we won't be able to do it. So, all right, let's get back to XRP. I think this is what we're going to get out of XRP right here. I think this is what we get. But let's just say let me save this, because I'm going to save this because I have a feeling that this is going to play out, and I'm going to bring it back up and show you all, look at, I told you so. So I'm saving that, and then I'm going to remove it, and I'm going to give you the bullish analysis. Let's say we go bullish. Wish you the best, man. You deserve to get a big show. I mean, it kind of has already become a big show. The viewership's a little bit down, but it's also a Monday, you know? So, you know, it just depends on the day of the week and things like that. So I would say that it's grown exponentially. It has decreased a little bit, but that's because we keep getting hit with guidelines and they put us on the little shadow for a while and then it comes back. But every now and again we trend and it picks back up. So let's say bullish case scenario for XRP. Bullish case scenario is this was the bottom here, and we could come back down and test it again and double bottom here. Okay. Let's just say that we already hit the bottom and it's going to head up. Bullish scenario would be a pump up here, and that would take us to 280. And 280 is heavy resistance. So I would say from 280, that'd be 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, it's probably more. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah. So I would say 280-ish. Let's get an actual number. 283, I think, would be the highest. And then where did the candles close? 276 is more likely. I would say 276 would be your point to take some profits, and 280 would be your mark to exit. However, if it flags or something right here, expect to see $3. And if it does not drop over the next month into July, expect to see, you know, at least $3 or all-time high. That's the bullish case scenario. I don't think so, but it could happen. Okay. This ascending channel, however, would indicate a fall. So when we pump up like this, and the harder upward it goes, like Bitcoin's is like almost straight up and down, okay? The more straight up and down it is, the harder it falls. So I would imagine it would fall and come down to the same point. Either way, or it double tops up here, where it comes here, 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 here. That's likely too. And that would be 260 something. 267, 270. Lucas, you want me to look at Solana? So here's the deal, buddy. I would be more than happy to do Solana for you, but you got to become a subscriber or come on over to Twitch and put it in the chat on Twitch and I will do it for free. So you can find me on Twitch. Just go to Twitch and then type in Oz the Crypto Goat, all lower cases, no spaces, and you can find me there. Because TikTok will be shutting down on June 19th. And that's our safe haven, our place to go so that you don't miss the show if TikTok gets shut down. So make sure you guys are coming on over to Twitch, because that's where we're going to be eventually. Even if TikTok doesn't go away, I am so done. We are leaving, okay? And it's going to be Twitch. And you know, the way you're seeing the show now with the camera and everything, that could all be taken away by TikTok at any moment. It could happen right now during the live. So the uncertainty just isn't there for this show. And I'm trying to do a professional show for you guys. So Genius Act thoughts. It's a stable coin act. Yeah, it'll be good. Probably more for Bitcoin than anything. But it's a stable coin. It really isn't going to... I mean, people are going to FOMO and buy, you know, just based off of whatever. But is it actually going to do anything for crypto? No, it's just going to cause a bullish sentiment. That's all. If XRP goes up, will the ascending channel sideways up? I'm getting used to that. I don't understand what you mean. I think you might have typoed there a little bit. So give that maybe one more shot. Drew, thank you for the follow. Much appreciated. So let's see here. I have to, every time I want to do something that you can't see on TikTok because of TikTok's guidelines, I got to do this. See, on Twitch, nobody cares. I can do this on Twitch, but everybody on TikTok, you get to lose the camera feed for a little bit. So that's another reason why we're leaving TikTok, because I'll get hit with guidelines. If it goes up, will it be sideways up? I mean, it kind of is sideways up. So yeah, it would kind of travel up this way. Let's say it goes up. It would be more like that. It could, you know, come right here and double top. All right, camera's back on. Thoughts on Jasmine? Yeah, let's look at it. Jasmine. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. This is an ascending channel. Which would indicate a drop down. And according to wave theory, it should break down. And I'd say 0.01. That's according to wave theory. And I'd say that this kind of looks like the makings of a Head and Shoulders. So even if it does trend up this line before it breaks down, it would still be within a pattern to break down. But that's an ascending channel. That's bearish. There will be possibly another bullish push, which could take it to 2 cents, maybe. Or, yeah, probably somewhere around 2 cents and then fall down. So, and I think everything's just looking for a downward turn. We're going into July, August. That's generally what we see. Look, even with this, I would say, well, okay, this one hasn't been around long enough. But if you look at XRP, let me get rid of our ghost. Right here, this is June 19th. That's today. This big red candle is June 19th, and it dropped all the way down until July 21st. So if this cycle is going to follow the previous cycle, the next couple months, you know, crypto winter is during the summer. They tell you sell in May, go away. So usually people sell off in May, and that would indicate a heavy drop down. It could drop, you know, all the way back to 160 or lower. This magnet right here is a strong force pulling down on it. According to wave theory, that's correction coming, only ABC. Yeah, I get what you're saying. I try not to rely on wave theory because that will bite you in the ass. I do old school candlestick technical analysis, and because of that, I've been a lot more accurate. So we've been nailing the price every single day to the cent because we're not relying on indicators and Fibonacci and Bollinger Bands and all these different things, right? I do think they do serve a purpose and they can be helpful, more or less for when you're looking to enter or exit. But when you're just trying to see what's happening, the candlesticks will tell you everything you need to know. It's a more old school method, but I've noticed with the AI trading bots and the different people that are following all these different things, you got to understand, you got to, half of this is psychology. So the people that are trading for a lot of these millionaires and billionaires, they're firms. Okay, they're firms that are paid to manage this money, and they use those tactics to play against you. And so if you learn those tactics that they use to manipulate how the market goes, then you do better at calling the prices every day. TikTok seller, thank you for the 9 roses. And thank you all for smashing that like button. And don't forget to subscribe to the channel. But I would warn you all to be careful with these wave theory and stuff like that. It can come and bite you because you'll just feel like, oh man, it's gonna do this because that's the next wave, and the news is telling you something different. The news is what really drives things. So Bitcoin is headed to 64K. I don't think so. I think 94. At least for now. It could go to 64K from there, but everything is indicating, I think 94 is what we said. Let me pull it back up. Kodak, thank you for the ice creams. Or was it 89? I think it was 80, 87, 89. But this is bearish. This channel is bearish, and 50% would put it at, yeah, 94 minimum. Probably more like 90. And even as low as 86. Yeah, probably 86. But that's if it just like dies. And that would indicate the end of Bitcoin dominance. And it would start turning downward from there. How about this? What if this is a giant double top right here? And then it consolidates, right? Let's say it's a double top and it drops all the way down to 65K and it consolidates right there. That would be a textbook head and shoulders. Do you see it? If it does that, oh man, Bitcoin would be cooked. It would go all the way back to 20K. Right there. That could happen. XRP? XRP is the freebie, baby. I would say XRP's got... XRP's forming a textbook head and shoulders. Now, that doesn't mean that it'll play out. It could either pump up here to 280 or it break down to 208. But even if it pumps up to 280, it's still going to come back to 208. So 208 would be your entry. You take profits here, you leave some in and see if it rides. I made 20K by trading Bitcoin this month. Good for you, buddy. XRP will do that crazy Bitcoin dead sweep. Should I sell soon? I don't know. It could go either way. But X marks the spot, and look at the day before we hit right at the X, and then we moved up here. So today's candle is going to define, I'd say today and tomorrow's candle is going to define what's happening. Okay? If we start pumping green candles and we can get over 245 to, if we can get past 247, I'd say that 280 is on. Anyway, let's get into the news. We got so much news to cover. Let's read some news. XRP future starts trading on CME. Spot XRP ETF are only a matter of time, according to one industry expert. So we're waiting on spot ETFs, right? But we have a futures CME. These are shorts. So shorts are now available as of Monday morning, this morning. CME began trading regulated XRP futures on Monday, the first of their kind in the U.S. The contracts are cash settled and priced off a daily reference rate with sizes of 2,500 to 50,000 XRP. The launch may support efforts to list the spot XRP ETF, which remains under SEC review. So this is not the spot ETF, this is the CME futures. XRP futures started trading on the Chicago Mercantile Exchange derivatives platform on Monday, becoming the first regulated futures tracking the price of XRP in the US. Traders can trade two contract sizes, 2,500 XRP and 50,000 XRP, which will both be cash settled on and based on a CME CF XRP dollar reference rate, which tracks the price of XRP daily at 4 p.m. London time. So this is not a 24-hour market. But it just opened on Monday. So futures means shorts. That's what I'm seeing. And if they are, if we're going into a crypto winter for the next couple months, I would imagine more people would be putting shorts in. All right, let's see here. Coinbase stock officially joins the S&P 500, cementing milestone for company and crypto industry. Coinbase on Monday became the first of the only cryptocurrency platforms to see its shares join the benchmark S&P 500 GSPC index, a milestone crypto bulls cheered during what became a busy week of developments for the company. Let's watch this little video here.
All right, Coinbase set to join the S&P 500, replacing Discover Financial Services, which is being acquired by Capital One. For more, we're now bringing Yahoo Finance senior markets reporter Inez Ferre. Inez.
Yeah, guys, and this is a company that really went from being in the crosshairs of the SEC under the Biden administration, and now going into the S&P 500, set to start that on May 19th. A poster child now for what's happening in the crypto space, because this is the first company.
Bear with me. I have to minimize it because of TikTok.
The only crypto company to be included in the S&P 500. And this is not lost on anyone in the crypto world, certainly not lost on management. Bernstein analysts also talking about this. They initiated Coinbase with a buy rating back in March and a $310 price target. And what these analysts are pointing out is this really dramatic turnaround when it comes to the company and the crypto industry. This turnaround where they're saying that the Trump administration's aspiration to make America the crypto capital of the world will be very beneficial for Coinbase, that Coinbase remains a dominant player. They've got 66% of the market, talking about the amount of users that they have as well on their platform. And even though you may have some Coinbase bears that are talking about rising competition and fee pressures, the fact that you have these initiatives within the crypto environment, within the crypto industry under this under the Trump administration is really so bullish for this company. If we take a look,
remember, if TikTok is lagging, you can always come over to Twitch.
Where the stock is today, you're seeing that it's up 25% intraday, but year to date, Coinbase is up only 4%. But remember that this stock touched all-time highs back in last year, late last year. It really soared after the Trump administration, after Trump was elected. And from the April 8th bottom, you're looking at a rally of 52% for Coinbase. I was talking also earlier to David Hollerith about this, and he was just pointing out that this really gives a credibility check when it comes to crypto. And the fact that you will have now your average American that is somewhat exposed if they've got an S&P 500 ETF because of that exposure. Look, MicroStrategy is in the S&P 500, but remember,
what's up, Coach JV?
Is Bitcoin. They really talk about, I mean, their whole thing is Bitcoin, but with Coinbase, you're talking about the crypto world in general.
Yeah, really interesting move. Thanks, Inez. Appreciate it.
All right, so that's interesting, huh? Coinbase is part of the S&P 500 now. That is awesome. So when you buy S&P 500, you own a portion of Coinbase is now on the S&P 500. That is awesome. Like she said, it gives some validity to crypto being a legitimate asset. Jessica, thank you for the heart me. Don't forget, guys, send the heart me If you want to help support the show on TikTok, the heart meets help so much. Much appreciated to all the heart me's you guys send. Let's read the next one here. Bitcoin or blood? Crypto CEO targeted in a brutal wrench attack amid Bitcoin boom. And I talked about this on TikTok. I said, hey, get ready for more cyber attacks, get ready for more scams. And I got banned on TikTok for 6 days because of this. And here we are, we're reading the news. It happened. This was just a couple weeks ago. I was telling you, be prepared. And here it is. Early Tuesday morning in Paris suburb, a group of masked intruders attempted to kidnap the grandson of the pregnant daughter of Pyminium CEO Pierre Notaz. The woman and her child were rescued by Pierre's son-in-law and neighbors. The daughter's husband, however, was said to be covered in blood after the brutal fight. This is one among a spate of brutal kidnappings that have been targeting crypto investors and entrepreneurs. So be careful, okay? If you've got large holdings in crypto, don't ever tell anybody what you got. I've actually been exiting the market and I'm reinvesting my money elsewhere. I'm building this studio. I'm, putting it into classic cars and things. I do want to have crypto holdings, but I also want to diversify for this reason here. I'm not going to keep all my money in crypto just because of all this going on. From cyber heist to physical attacks, crypto owners have long been victimized by online theft. To protect their holdings from hacks, many moved funds offline, but criminals have evolved. They now employ brutal wrench attacks in which they threaten victims with blunt violence to export crypto payments. Victims have been pistol whipped and have had their fingers chopped off to extort Bitcoin or Tether transfers. Went from B&Es for cash and valuables or UT being stealing crypto. I've seen a lot of these stories lately. I know. And what's crazy is I'm telling you guys that this stuff is coming. And I'm trying to help get you some type of security and find ways to mitigate these issues. And when I say it, they take me off of TikTok. That's part of why we're leaving the platform, because this is important stuff, man. This is people's lives. This is people's financial freedom, their families, everything. So I just don't understand TikTok and why they do what they do. But here is a first hand, just a few weeks later after I said that this stuff was going to be ramping up. I can't even sell you guys cold storage wallets anymore. They took that away from me because they said I wasn't following their guidelines. And they removed me from TikTok for 6 days because they said that I was giving misinformation by saying that these things were happening. And here we are today. This is happening. So this is some scary stuff, so be cautious. Be cautious. This is as of May 19th. I think it was maybe like 2 weeks ago or a week or two ago. I told you all that these things were coming. Hackers, cyber attacks, and now it's down to brutal wrench attacks. People actually physically attacking people. That is crazy. So be careful out there, everyone. And don't forget to smash that like button, subscribe to the channel, share the show with your friends, and send in those donations. You can click the link on Twitch to take you directly to send a donation, or you can send them to the Cash App or Venmo. If anybody needs the Cash App or Venmo, let me know and I will put it in the chat. Yeah, it's very crazy. Oh man, I really like Reuters for a news source, but it is just full of pop-up ads. I'll tell you what, if you want to find the truth in the news, just look for a news article that is full of spam and all kinds of nonsense, all the malware and everything. That's where the good news is at. How Trump's crypto business partners left their old clients for the launch. Crypto started. Doe Finance was hacked last summer and deposits were lost. The founder promised to make users whole, but then stopped communicating. They've made at least $65 million partnering with President Trump and his 3 sons. See, look at, here's another example of hackings. And I'm trying to tell you guys, hey, this stuff is happening, and TikTok doesn't want to hear it. XRP to $100 in June? No way. No way. Impossible. You're drinking the Kool-Aid. That is not going to happen. I bet you even believe, and I'm not, this is not a slant at you, okay? But I'm willing to bet that you believe that the SEC proposal for XRP is legitimate. On the SEC website, the proposal, I'm willing to bet that you believe that that is the direction that the SEC is moving towards. And that's all right, because a lot of people have been lied to. I want to believe you. I hope so. That would be incredible for me. But tell me why you think that it's going to go to... Here, let me pull up the technical analysis here. We'll get into that. Tell me why XRP is going to go to $100. I need to know, because I'm just I'm not feeling it, bro. When you say believe me, I find it that a hard reason to believe someone. So give me a firm reason why. Give me some actual evidence, and I will consider that. If it hits 100 by June, I will streak through Caesar's Casino naked. Oh, that's funny. Yeah, I'm with that, bro. Let me tell you right now. I feel is a big coin in the world. I feel it is too. But I also feel like a lot of people have been spoon-fed moon cheese, okay? And moon cheese is the cheese that they feed people to get them to believe that all these things are happening right now. They're just not happening yet. We're so early, man. I would say in a couple, like in a decade or more, we could see $100 XRP. But I think it's going to be more like a $25 XRP in a decade. Ponky444 says XRP has topped already. Agreed. I think XRP has topped. It's already reached an all-time high. And, you know, rising wedge, bro. Come on. What rising wedge? XRP is a cult coin. I kind of believe that. But what do you mean rising wedge? I see it an ascending channel. What time frame are you seeing this rising wedge? This one right here? This is a rising wedge? No. This whole thing right here, this is a descending channel and an ascending channel out of that descending channel. Check the angles, bro. What are you saying? Like, if I move this line here, I'm not seeing it, bro. A rising wedge. I see no rising wedge. You talking about this right here is a rising wedge? Like what if I kick that out here? That a rising wedge? No way. That's not the trend. Trend's right here. I'm sorry, I'm just not seeing it. The bottom one? You mean this right here? This? Bro, start again. I'm trying to bear with me. So this line right here. Start with this. And what? Move this down like that? Like that's the wedge? That's a descending wedge, first of all, if that was the case. I'm sorry, I'm just not I'm not seeing what you're seeing. Tighten it. But that doesn't line up with any of the trends. Yeah, descending wedge no, descending wedge is bullish. Ascending wedge is bearish. You talking about? I'm sorry, man. I just not seeing what you're seeing. And I'd like to. I wish I could give you control. You're talking about that this entire thing is a wedge right here? Like that? Is that what you're seeing right there? I'm gonna let him come on and talk. Says no, my bro. I'm trying for you, bro. And I would have you come on and speak. But the IT guy has not fixed the issues yet with the audio. Mr. Zine says 10 seconds is all I need. All right, let me see if I can get you on here. Let me see here. Send me a request to join. Because I don't see you as available. Let me see, maybe if I do multi-guest. There it is. All right, let's try that. I sent you an invite. Let's see if we can hear you. Because we've had audio issues. I think you might need to turn on your microphone, maybe. Did you get the invite? Big Baller. AV sends moon cheese. Big Baller says must be listening to Calvin. And Giddy Marie says delusional. You'll owe me a coffee if you reach the XRP target. I agree. If you think we're going to $100 XRP by June, I will give you my Corvette. If XRP reaches $100, you can have my Corvette. And if you know anything about me, I love that thing more than anything. All right, I'm going to take away the multi-guest because he's not coming on. Let me see here. All right, so that didn't work out. Not 100, not a chance, but she'll go up. And that's why I said, you know, it could do 280, you know. And let's say, you know, it flags from there and goes on. It's a safe bet, Simon. I know he's not going to get the bet. Inform me because he knew I would acknowledge him. Bro, I invited you to come on the show. But, I mean, I'd say at the most, XRP could do somewhere between $5 and $8. It could go to 10, but I think that's reaching, man. That's reaching. I didn't ignore me. I couldn't hear you. I don't think anyone could hear you. I think your mic was muted. I put you on. Yeah, I tried to let you speak, bro, but the audio didn't work. It was all love to you, bro. You were nah, man. No hate at all, bro. I'm always open to opinions of other people. If anybody here has been watching the show for a while, you will all know I'm unbiased about these things. And that's why I say these things, because, you know, I'm trying to look at it from a center line, middle of the road, factual, actual, what could actually happen. So if you have information that I don't have, I'm a journalist. I want to interview you and I want to know what you know so that way I can report to everyone else. Because I do more than just technical analysis, man. This is journalism. I know you tried. I'll tell you what, buddy. Send me a follow, and I will have the IT guy look into that issue tonight, and I'll bring you on the live tomorrow. How's that sound, buddy? Or you don't even have to follow me, man. I'm live Monday through Friday, 5 to 9 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. I'll get the IT guy into the studio tonight to fix the audio issue, and I will have you on the show the next time you come on. You come on tomorrow, and I got you, bro. I would love to hear what you have to say, because I'm not one of those where I'm like, oh, if you got something to say that I don't believe, I don't want to hear it. No way, man. This is journalism. We want to get to the truth about this stuff. Why do you think I'm going over the news? I'm reading. I have a news team that does fact checking and looks into all this stuff. And we want to break echo chambers. We want to get to the bottom of things. Mother Dragon says, do you mean that the ascending channel is slightly narrow at the high side? Yeah, we don't want any censorship. Mr. Zine says, God bless this sister awake. I just don't see what you're seeing. Maybe it's because I've been staring at the same patterns. And that's why I think it's good, because other people point out patterns to me. I point out patterns to them. But I think the two main prevalent patterns is a descending channel and an ascending channel. But and just because I don't see it doesn't mean it's not there. You know, no one is perfect. Let me go back. I'm going to try to see if I can. Ascending channel is slightly narrow at the high side. You're talking about this channel right here is slightly narrow at the high side? I don't think so. Yeah, I'm not seeing that. I'm seeing a nice channel. When I zoom in here and I look at this, I'm seeing textbook channel. That slight, it would have to be way more. You'd have to bring this in like that and cut off those wicks. But baby, the reason why we called 163 all the way to the bottom is because we're counting the wicks. We are catching wicks in this show, bro. Could it be an inverted cup and handle if you draw it from the top to bottom, the whole bull run? That's a good question. Maybe. Yeah, I could see that. I could see an inverted cup and handle. Look at that. Totally. Everybody's going to have a different eye. And that's why we don't want to shame anybody for seeing something different. It's good. It's good to have this discourse. It's good to talk about these things. Don't trade on wicks. Use them as limits. That's what I do. I use the limits for wicks. So if you watch the show, and you can go back, dude, go back to my videos, Mr. Zines, from January. And I posted for months. I was like, we're going to be in a bearish trend until we reach 163. And then we'll hit that point and we'll bounce back up. And it was 161, but I add a couple cents just to make sure that it hits. It's a very weak head and shoulders. I don't know. I'd say it's more or less textbook, because if you go into the 1 hour, the 1 hour is textbook, baby. That is a head and shoulders right there. That is textbook. You're not here for TA. You're here to see how retail feels. That's where I'm at too. Let's reevaluate tomorrow. I agree. But look I told you X marks the spot. And I told y'all we would go to 230. And we would price correct from there and possibly go up to 280. That's still on the table. But if we break down over the next day or so, I would say that we hit a head and shoulders. We have to let it play out, let it see. There's always a bullish and a bearish case scenario. The idea of doing the news is to use the news to push us in the direction that we think things are going to go. And right now it's 50-50. Let's see if it stays validated, because I've had a few completely destroy the head and shoulders patterns. Yes, head and shoulders patterns often don't play out. They break structure, but it's definitely something to take into consideration. I'm just saying, something to consider, because XRP has done some crazy things. So we shall see. can we hit 280 with that application being declined still? That's what I'm saying. Think about it. They didn't approve the case. You know, they sent it back to lower courts. People are getting hacked. We're on the brink of World War III. Tariffs are still in effect. No deals have been signed. Big Baller says, trust me, I hope he is right, but it looks like we're going to $2. I think you're right. I think we're going back to $2 again. I mean, haven't you ever heard sell in May, go away? Like, the markets always crash this time of the year, and that's kind of why I'm leaning towards that way. But this cycle is a little different than we've ever seen before, so I'm open to the idea of it being different. But I'm not going to be an ostrich and stick my head in the sand and say that's never going to happen. Because if you really zoom out on all of this, on all of XRP, XRP is trading sideways. Whether you like it or not, it is moving sideways. So it is due. It is due for a move back to $2. $2 is a magnet. That's why I got the magnet right here. Yeah, I'm looking for accumulation zones. Exactly. I want to own all the XRP. But why would I buy the top when I can buy the bottom? All right, let's get back to the news. That was fun though. I appreciate a good debate always. So, Mr. Zines, you're always welcome here. And I will have a spot open for you on the show by the next live or soon. So anytime you want to come on, I'd be more than happy to have you on here. And you can tell me what you think. Because I wish somebody could turn me around and make me feel less bearish right now. But nothing seems to be doing it. I'm not seeing anything that's telling me that it's not going to go back into a bear market. The news is driving everything right now. The news is driving everything. That's why this is a news show. We do, the news more than technical analysis. I'll give you my technical analysis, and I'll tell you where it's going to go every single day. How many months now? How many months now have I called the prices within a cent without missing a beat? I don't think we've missed one day in a while. I'd say we've been within 1 to 2 cents every single day since we started the show. Bitcoin and Solana up this week at least. Watch. I don't know, man. I'm going to say probably not. Jessica Windrunner says, for a long while. I know, right? Almost every single day. I think maybe since I started the show, maybe I've been wrong once. And it wasn't really wrong. It was just some news came out and it turned things around a little bit. But we're on point here. All right, let's read some more news. Let's see here. From Reuters. Okay, so this is the scam. What is going on with my equipment? We just completely... Let me call the IT guy to come in here. Oh, there it goes. All right. Paul Atkins, crypto markets have been languishing in SEC limbo. In one of the first speeches since becoming the chair of the U.S. Securities and Exchange Commission in April, Paul Atkins addressed some of the regulatory concerns around the cryptocurrency industry. In prepared remarks for a May 19th speech, Atkins said it was a new day for the crypto industry under the current leadership of the SEC. He suggested that financial regulator would be more open to adapt to accommodate new developments while still abiding by its statutes. So, that being said, looks like we're definitely ready to go parabolic. I don't know what's saying that. Buy the rumor, sell the news. We already got the rumor pump. Everyone rumored that these things were going to happen, and now we're getting the news on them. But this would be, it says adopt to accommodate new developments while still abiding by its statutes. That means that they are still going to abide by the law. So until regulation comes out and new legislation, it's going to be business as usual. And I think that's part of why they're dragging out the SEC case with XRP. They're dragging it out on purpose because they need time to write new legislation. They're literally voting on a bill today, and it has nothing to do with XRP. It has everything to do with stablecoins. So it's a long road ahead before anything happens. Zebic, 15-minute chart. Yeah, we don't look at low. 15-minute chart's going to tell you what's going to happen today. Okay. The 1-hour chart will tell you what's going to happen in the next couple days. The 1-day chart will tell you what's going to happen in the next week or so. So we're more about not just looking at what's happening, what could happen in the next 5 cents. We're looking for big moves. Brad Garlington? You mean Brad Garlinghouse? Hey, Kai. I seen you on my page, bro. Liking the schedule. It's good to have you here on the show, man. Okay, well, I've directed commission staff across the policy divisions to begin drafting rule proposals related to crypto. The staff continues to clear the brush through staff level statements. So they're working on creating something, but right here it says looking to Congress for market structure. Adkin remarks, as U.S. lawmakers considered draft legislation to establish a regulatory structure for crypto markets, the proposed bill moving through the House of Representatives could clarify the roles of the SEC and Commodity Futures Trading Commission, having overseen and regulating digital assets. Okay, so that's what we're looking for. Is how is the SEC going to play a role? How is the CFTC going to play a role in regulating these assets? And that is going to be where things come in and change. So if they can get something passed, and I'm hoping that we find out soon. Let's see here if the fact checker has it. Genius Live. Yeah, the stable coin. Let's see. Anybody got a link for the stable coin voting live? Let me see here. I think it's right now, or it might have been 6 hours ago. Let's watch it, though.
Mr. President, this evening, we're going to once again vote to begin consideration of the Genius Act. And I'm hoping that the second time will be the charm. We were here 11 days ago, Mr. President, in the same place when Democrats inexplicably chose to block this legislation. The question is why? Well, that's a good question, Mr. President. Stablecoin regulation is a bipartisan issue. This bill reflects the bipartisan consensus on this issue. And it's had an open and bipartisan process since the very beginning. What we used around here to call regular order. In March, the Banking Committee marked up the bill text considering 40 amendments. And the bill ultimately passed out of the committee by a vote of 18-6 with support from 5 Democrats. And since then, both Republicans and Democrat members have worked to advance this legislation. That is, until a week and a half ago when Democrats suddenly decided to block it just as we were getting ready to have a debate on the floor.
Did we get
Mr.
results
President,
on this
the bill brought
yet?
up a week and a half ago is the exact same bill the Democrats apparently now are willing to move forward on. And then, as now, Republicans were committed to a full debate on the floor, with the chance for further bipartisan amendments to the already bipartisan piece of legislation. So it's really hard to understand why we needed to wait an additional 11 days for Democrats to finally agree to move. I'm not sure. Democrats wanted to deny Republicans and President Trump a bipartisan legislative victory, and then perhaps thought better of their obstruction, or what?
Yes, it's
But at least
today.
we finally seem
I
to
believe
be
they're
here,
voting
Mr.
on it
President,
now, or they already
ready to
did.
take up this bill. Because this is important legislation. The use of cryptocurrency has exploded from the margins to the mainstream, and stablecoins have emerged as a key part of the crypto ecosystem. They offer the speed and security of the blockchain with the stability and usability
Really,
of the dollar
it
bill.
advanced.
And they
Let's look that up. Nothing has come out. Where did it say that it was advanced from? Senate advances a major crypto regulation bill. Senate advances a major crypto regulation bill on bipartisan vote. Washington Senate advanced a major cryptocurrency regulation bill on Monday on a bipartisan vote, 2 weeks after every Senate Democrat united to block it. The procedural vote on the Genius Act, which would establish the first regulatory framework for issuers of stablecoins, digital tokens pegged to fiat currency like the US dollar, was 66-32. 16 Democrats voted with the majority of Senate Republicans to advance the bill. 2 Republican senators. The bill needed to cross the 60-vote threshold. Democratic support with the legislation was unlocked after a group of bipartisan negotiators. The amendment, which Democratic negotiators circulated over the weekend and have been obtained by NBC News, including new changes and consumer protection safeguards and limits on tech companies issuing stablecoins, and it would extend ethics standards to special government employees, which would temporarily apply to Elon Musk and tech entrepreneur David Sachs. In exchange for a vote on the amendment, Democrats involved in negotiations said they have committed to support the Genius Act even if the amendments fail, according to multiple sources familiar with the talks. Senate Republicans have been non-committal about backing the amendment, but the updated changes are likely to get more Democrats on board beyond the core group involved in negotiations. The bill hit a roadblock 2 weeks ago. It's really hard to understand why we needed an additional 11 days. Bill text includes a provision that would prohibit any member of Congress or senior executive branch official from issuing a payment stablecoin product during their time in public office. So that's all they did to change it. Basic flaws remain unaddressed. Senate Elizabeth Warren said on the Senate floor Monday, Congress should not choose to enable the president's egregious corruption. CMS says everything pumps, XRP stays the same. I feel it. Yeah, it looks like it passed. So the question is what does the bill state? Let's see if we can read the stable bill. What would be the word? Stable coin bill. Let me see here. Congress.gov. Let's read the bill. Let's see. The terms Bank Secretary Act means Federal Deposit Insurance Act, public law. So this is all the terminology. Requirements for issuing payment stablecoins, standards for the insurance stablecoins. Let me blow this up so we can see it better. Permitted payment stablecoin issuers shall maintain reserves backing the issuer's payments stablecoins outstanding on at least 1-to-1 basis, with reserve compressing United States coin currency included, Federal Reserve notes, funds held as demand deposits or other deposits that may be withdrawn upon the request at any time at issued depository institutions, regulated foreign deposit institutions, or insured shares, subject to limitations established by Corporation of the National Credit Union Administration, respectively, to address safety and soundness risk in such insured depository institutions, treasury bill notes or bonds with a remain maturity of 93 days or less, issued with maturity of 93 days or less, repurchase agreements with a maturity of 7 days, reverse repurchasing agreements with maturity of 7 days, tri-party, essentially cleared money market funds invest solely in underlying assets described in the clause, central bank reserve deposits, prohibition on rehypothecation, reserves described under paragraph 1A may not be pledged. The repurchase agreements are cleared by the central clearing. Permitted payment stablecoin issuers received prior to approval of the primary or federal state stablecoin regulator. Who is the regulator, though? Monthly certification, examination of reports by registered public accounting firm. A permitted payment stablecoin issuer shall each month have the information disclosed in the previous month and report. Each month, Chief Executive Officer and Chief Financial Officer of the permitted payment stablecoin shall submit a certification as to the accuracy of the monthly report. Any person who submits a certification required under subparagraph B, knowing that the certification is false, shall be subject to criminal penalties. Capital liquidity risk management in general, primary federal payment stablecoin regulators shall jointly, or in the case of the state qualified payment stablecoin issuer of the state, stablecoin regulator shall issue capital requirements applicable to permitted payment stablecoin issuers that may not exceed what is sufficient to ensure the permitted payment stablecoin issuers' ongoing operations. This, I'm not seeing anything of any sustenance here. Appropriate liquidity. It seems like more or less it's about making sure that stablecoins can't inflate the market. And that's been a big issue with Bitcoin and Tether. Okay, if you've been watching the show, you know about what's going on with Bitcoin and Tether. And Tether is basically printing up Tether stable coins out of thin air and pumping it into Bitcoin, which is inflating the price. And this may come to a point where we can no longer use Tether in the United States. Let's see. Limitation on stablecoin activities. A permitted statement stablecoin issuer may only issue payment stablecoins, redeem payment stablecoins, manage related reserves, provide custodial safekeeping services of payment stablecoins, undertake other functions that directly support the work of issuing and redeeming payment stablecoins. Regulation on federal qualified non-bank statement stablecoin issuers. Comptroller currency shall, in accordance with other regulators and such regulators, and order as necessary to ensure the safety and soundness of any non-bank entity approved by the comptroller to issue payment stablecoins. State regulation, which is all exactly the same. Approval of subsidiaries of insured depository institutions and federal qualified non-banking payment issuers. Supervision and enforcement with respect to subsidiaries of insured depository institutions and comptroller, regulated entities, state qualified payment stablecoin issuers, customer protection. A person may only engage in business if providing custodial or safekeeping services for permitted payment stablecoins or private key of permitted stablecoin if the person is subject to different legislation, treatment of insolvent payment stablecoin issuers. So this is like the fines and things that'll be put on them. Primary federal statement stablecoin regulators in consultation with the National Institute of Standards and Technologies, other relevant standards setting organizations, if necessary, pursue. So basically, they're just, I don't see anything of any substance on here. Study of endocrinal, what? Okay, this is something. Secretary of Treasury in consultation with the board. No later than 365 days of the date of the enactment, the Secretary shall provide the Committee on Financial Services of the House of Representatives. Okay. Reports no later than 6 months after. Authority of banking institutions. Nothing in this act may be construed to limit the authority of a depository institution, federal credit union, state credit union, so on and so forth. Amendments to clarify that payment stablecoins are not securities or commodities. There it is. That's the kicker. This is what we're looking for. Amendments to clarify that payment stablecoins are not securities or commodities. Does this affect XRP, however? No, because XRP is not a stable coin. People are going to misread this and get thrown off. So this does not affect what happens with XRP and the case. Reciprocity for stablecoins issued in overseas jurisdictions. See, this has to do with what's going on with Tether, and that's it. The last Federal Reserve, in collaboration with the Secretary, shall create and implement a reciprocal arrangement with other bilateral agreements between the United States and jurisdictions with substantially similar payment stablecoin regulatory regimes to facilitate international transactions and interoperability with United States dollar-dominated stablecoins issues overseas. Okay, so this really doesn't do anything good for XRP. It's great for stablecoins. Basically, the whole purpose of this is to, I think this more or less is the regulation that's going to come down on Bitcoin. Okay. Tether has been printing stablecoins out of thin air, backed by nothing, and pumping it into Bitcoin. And that's why Bitcoin's been growing the way it's been growing. And this is going to stop that. But with legislation comes investigation. This could be the fall of Bitcoin as we know it. And if Bitcoin crashes like that and XRP is off the hook legally, XRP could become the new #1 crypto. So this is bullish, yet not so bullish. It's only bullish to me because I think that this is going to be the crash of Bitcoin. It's going to take time for all of that to come out, or maybe nothing comes from it at all and they just go on about it, and then Tether stops doing what they've been doing and they never get caught. But even if they do, that is what happens, Bitcoin will stop growing like it does. It will no longer drive the market. That's very interesting. Very interesting indeed. Tell me, what are your thoughts on this? What do you think actually comes out that makes this bullish? Like, people are super bullish on the act, and I say because it was enacted, expect to see a green candle today. I don't think it'll go past 247. And if it does, and it breaks above 247 and 250, expect to see 280. Tether and Bitcoin too inflated. Yeah. I believe for every $100 of Bitcoin, it's only backed by $1. That's terrifying. So I'm assuming that this legislation is going to combat that issue, but expect Bitcoin to crash because of this. Maybe not today, maybe not tomorrow, but eventually this will play a big role, and this would be the fall of Tether. This is definitely something, huh? What a milestone. I've been talking about the Bitcoin Tether scandal for a while, and I was like, you know what? Once we get regulation, the next thing is investigation. And now that there's legislation on this, best believe they're going to be investigating this stuff. That's what they said. Big news coming, going to make a ripple. I heard about that. But just because it's a ripple doesn't mean that it's not RLUSD that they're talking about. Just because they say ripple does not mean XRP. Will it cause a pump? Yes. Buy the rumor, sell the news. Everyone talks about ... What do you mean? Talks about what? Let's see here. Let's turn the camera back on. It's very interesting. The bill doesn't really do much for XRP as far as legislation. So, and I think if you ask me, it's bearish for Bitcoin, but people don't understand what's going on, and we're so new to all this that it is going to pump. Everything's going to pump a bit because of this. The question is how much. I don't think XRP will pump very much. C. Kern says, like the new setup. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. A lot of work went into it. That's for sure. And smash that like button, guys. Subscribe to the channel. Share the show with your friends. We are digging into it today. So we just read that whole bill. I kind of skimmed through it, but read the meat and potatoes for you. But I kind of just glanced over a lot of it, and kind of there's a lot there, but there's a lot that's not. The main thing to take from all of that is stable coins are no longer going to be inflated, which is a good thing. We need that. However, I think that's bad for Bitcoin overall. But I don't think people understand that right now, and that it'll take time. So it'll probably be slightly bullish, a little bit of a pump. I'm in at 245 for XRP. If it does have a small pump from here. You already got in at 245? Seamont, bro, the entry point was 163. What happened? Man, or even 208. You got in at 205? Oh, okay, good for you, good for you. But yeah, I think, you know, it could just go up to 245 and that be it. And let me tell you, if it goes to 245 and then comes back down, expect that's a triple top. That would probably be in the 15-minute. And that would be heavy indication of that head and shoulders. Let me see it. 15-minute. So if we hit here, came back down. If we hit again and don't make it, that's going to send it right back down to 230. So we'll have to see. It's going to have to break this. But this is a nasty head and shoulders formation, man. And we're going into crypto winter. All right, let's see here. We got some more news. All right, let's see here. Let's do this. And it says Trump to carry out tariff threats if nations don't agree in good faith. All right, so let's watch this. Has it completed the head and shoulders? No, it's just forming the final shoulder. Got a stupid ad. Oops.
Impose tariffs at the rate he threatened last month if nations don't negotiate in good faith. That was according to Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent on Sunday. Speaking in TV interviews, he didn't spell out what good faith meant, nor did he specify when Washington might decide to return to the tariffs first imposed on April 2nd. Trump has repeatedly changed course since, notably on April 9th, when he cut the tariff on most imported goods to 10% for 90 days. Bessent said the administration was focused on the 18 most important trading relationships, and he said any country that didn't negotiate would just get a letter saying, "Here is the rate." Trump's trade war has disrupted global commerce and roiled financial markets. Companies of all sizes have been whipsawed by the on-off tariff policies. Over the weekend, Donald Trump condemned Walmart for saying it would have to raise prices as a result of the import duties. He said the retail giant should eat the tariffs. Bessent said company chief Doug McMillan told him Saturday that Walmart would indeed absorb some of the costs. There was no response from the firm to the claim.
All right. Whoa, that's loud. Holy cow. So yeah, the head and shoulders has not completed yet. So we've got a body, a shoulder, a head, a shoulder, which would indicate a move down to about 210 to 208. I'm thinking 208. I think once it breaks downward, a lot of people are going to be jumping out because of the case not being finalized, and that's the big part of it. So John says, so if Bitcoin goes away, will XRP be the king? I think XRP is the king right now. People just don't know it. But yeah, if Bitcoin crashes, A lot of normies are going to lose everything. But I think XRP will take the place of Bitcoin possibly. It could be HBAR. It could be, Algo. It could be a lot of these other projects do very similar things to what XRP does. So I would say XRP would, if the case is settled. If not, I would expect something else to come along and take the place. So that's the thing. And I feel like they're dragging out the case on purpose. They're doing it. I mean, first of all, it's part of the whole process. But they're also doing it because I think they're waiting for legislation that's favorable for Bitcoin. Yeah, Ethereum could do it too. I don't really know, man. Ethereum's dead technology, but you got to understand that most of the people, 10% of the world's population is into crypto. All right. And I would say 98% of those people don't even know what crypto is or anything about it. They just know Bitcoin. They think Bitcoin is crypto. They don't know about anything else, and they don't want to know. They don't care. Okay? And then you and me, everybody watching this show that's a part of all of this, we are the well-informed. And we we are educated, and we understand what's going on. So we know what XRP can do, but other people don't. Henry with the 10 goats, thank you very much. We need 10 more goats. But if people don't know much about Bitcoin or crypto or whatever, and they will flock to Ethereum because they won't know what else to go to. So Ethereum is a possibility, and if the case isn't settled with XRP, then it won't happen. I think XRP should hold that place of the #1 crypto. But because of the case looming above its head, it's keeping it down. And that's why it's moving sideways like it is. What's up, Henry? Glad to have you, buddy. How do you like the new setup? You get to see my face now. Pretty cool, right? A lot of work went into building the studio. We broke a little structure or bull trap, my friend. We have not broken structure. Look at, we've got 2 points on this shoulder. We're about to have 2 points on this shoulder. I would say if we come back up here and we don't break past 245, we're coming back down, and that's the end of it. But if we break past 250, I'd say 280 is in the wheelhouse. But I think this head and shoulders is pretty textbook. It doesn't look so much on the 1 day, but in the 15 minute, the 1 hour, look at the 1 hour, man. That is a textbook head and shoulders right there, baby. Look at it. And look at X marks the spot. What did I tell you? 230. And we went all the way to 228 at the X. Beautiful. Within pennies. Any chance, even if it takes 2 months, any chance $2 or less? Definitely a chance. It could take a couple months. But I think we need to pay attention to the next couple days. The next couple days are going to be a defining moment. If we break 250, expect to see 275, 280, and maybe even $3, maybe even all-time highs, 4 or $5. That is possible. But I just don't see it happening. I think more or less we'll get back down to $2. Probably somewhere between 220 and 208. That's where we'll go back into that consolidation zone again. By the way, if you're watching on TikTok and it keeps disconnecting, I don't know what it is about TikTok, but that seems to be happening a lot on here. So if you come on over to Twitch, you're not going to be losing the live. Twitch is not cut out one time, but TikTok just seems to keep crashing. So I do apologize for that. And remember, we will be leaving TikTok eventually. So come on over to Twitch. That's Oz the Crypto Goat, all lowercases, no spaces. Matt Hendrick says, do you think we will see under $2 again? Under? Maybe, yeah. I think once the bull runs over, we'll see 75 cents. Maybe lower. But for now, I think we'll see the lowest points somewhere around $2. And then if it breaks $2 lower, then we'll see prices along this blue line. But as for right now, because we kind of broke up, I would say $2 may be the bottom for now. Yeah, if the audio's going in and out, it's TikTok. Their software is just subpar. There's nothing I can do about it. I don't know what it is. It seems to be mostly the channels where people are telling the truth to. And so keep that in mind. But you know what? We got a bit of a double bottom here, which could indicate a price up to 250. Right? We could see that 250. But if it doesn't break past 250, it's going to come back down and it would still be within structure. This kind of looks like a widening wedge. And I believe that's bearish, because it's tilted downward. So let's say that this is a widening wedge right here. Hold on. Let me zoom in. Let's say this line is part of the wedge, and this line is part of the wedge. This is hella bearish. Either way, everything is looking bearish. This ascending channel is bearish. It'll ascend up the channel and it'll drop down. $2 is coming again. The question is when. What's happening when you stop talking? It goes completely mute. I went to Twitch now. Yeah, it's something to do with TikTok. Their software. I'm not the only person experiencing it, by the way. Other people using TikTok Studio are having the same issues. It has nothing to do with me or my equipment or anything. It's doing it on Twitch too? I'll have the IT guy look at it. So everything that we do that happens in the lives when things crash and happen, it's all like recorded, and the IT guy comes in and like sweeps through it and finds all the bugs. Oh, when I stop talking, it goes completely mute. What you're hearing is that's noise suppression technology. That's so that you don't hear the air conditioning running in the background. Yeah, otherwise I'd be cooking in here. This place is like so insulated. it would get cooking hot in here. So I have to run the air conditioner, and I have not finished the baffle box yet for the air conditioner. So until the baffle box is done, I have to use the noise suppression technology. Kodak 59 says, bring it, release the Kraken, lower the price. I know, right? How is Sui? Wendroman. Wendroman wants to look at Sui. And I'll tell you what, Wendroman, all you got to do for me to look at a project is either become a subscriber on TikTok or come on over to Twitch, and it's free. All you got to do is put it in the chat on the Twitch side, and I'll look at any project you like. Because we are leaving TikTok as far as the platform goes. So come on over to Twitch. I'll do that for free, no problem. Just go to Twitch and then type in the search bar, Oz the Crypto Goat. I will come right up, and you can throw that in the chat, and I got you. All right, let's go over the news while we're waiting for Wenderman to get over here to the Twitch side. Man, I just hate Trump to carry out threats if nations don't negotiate in good faith, Bessett says. I'm going to go through the bullet points on this because I just can't stand Reuters. It's full of spam, yet at the same time, it's probably the most factual news to read. So trade deal timing also depends on good faith talks. Notified countries likely to see April 2nd rates return. Hear that? Notified countries likely to see April 2nd rates return. Remember what happened on April 2nd? The massive crash to 163 happened on April 2nd. And these are possibly coming back, baby. So that would indicate the crash. Expect a lot of regional deals. Treasury chief says. Besant says Walmart will eat some tariffs after call with the CEO. So we'll see. Let's see if they got a video for us here. See if it's any good.
I'm pro baller Lonzo.
Oh, yeah. Always with the ads, man. Got big balls.
Trump will impose tariffs at the rate he threatened last month if nations don't negotiate in good faith. That was according to Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent on Sunday. Speaking in TV interviews, he didn't spell out what good faith meant, nor did he specify when Washington might decide to return to the tariffs first imposed on April 2nd. Trump has repeatedly changed course since, notably on April 9th, when he cut the tariff on most imported goods to 10% for 90 days. Bessent said the administration was focused on the 18 most important trading relationships, and he said any country that didn't negotiate would just get a letter saying, "Here is the rate." Trump's trade war has disrupted global commerce and roiled financial markets. Companies of all sizes have been whipsawed by the on-off tariff policies. Over the weekend, Donald Trump condemned Walmart for saying it would have to raise prices as a result of the import duties. He said the retail giant should eat the tariffs. Bessent said company chief Doug McMillan told him Saturday that Walmart would indeed absorb some of the costs. There was no response from the firm to the claim.
All right. So Henry says, are you a buyer at 165 or no due to a lower possible price? I think a lower possible price could possibly happen. But what I will do is I will set a limit order probably at $2. If it breaks $2, I'll sell it. And I'll set a new limit order for 160 if it, or like 163. If it breaks, I'll set it lower for about 140. Let me see, what would be the next? Let me see what it would be. The next spot would be 146. But I think it could do even lower. I think it could go to 125. But what I'll do is I'll enter at each of those zones, and if I don't, I'll lose a little bit, no big deal. I'll work my way down as it goes down. But I think 126 would be the bottom. But it could go as low as $1. Let's extend this out. All right. This isn't going to travel in a straight line. It's going to come down this way, and it would reach about $1. The magnet, I know, the magnet is pulling it down. But there's a possibility that $2, 208, something around there is it. And it just stays in consolidation, because that's really what it's in. It's consolidating sideways between $2 and $2.50-ish. It's just kind of consolidating. Dollar cost average doesn't work unless you have lots of money to put in to drop the price lower. Well, I'm not going to say how much I hold, but I do all right. I'm 36 years old and I'm retired off of crypto. But you are correct. Dollar cost averaging doesn't work, but I do it differently. If it breaks, I will sell and remove all of it from the market and get in at new zones going down. I won't just continue to throw money at it. I will pull out. If it breaks $2, I will pull out and get back in at 161. If it breaks that, I'll pull out and I'll get in lower. And if it goes all the way down to $1 and I lose, a few grand on the way down, no big deal. Because it will go back up to $2 again. Yes, that method is better. I've got done over money cost average once. Oh yeah, don't DCA. Don't DCA. It's bad news, and I tell you right now, removing yourself completely from the market is the way to do it. If you're just buying it at that price and leaving it in there, and then buying lower and just keep buying the dips, you'll buy it all the way to the bottom, baby. It's going to retrace to Ethereum eventually. I think you're right, just not yet. I'll hit those different price points on the way down, but if it shows something bearish or it breaks, those support levels, then I'm going to jump out. I'll take a small loss. But if you just hold it and keep buying on your way down, you're going to get burned. All-time high on Ethereum. Oh, all-time high, not Ethereum. Sorry, I'm reading it wrong. The chat is so small, it's hard to read. Where's the face cam here? Let me throw it back up here. So, will it retrace to all-time high? It depends. But if it drops down to $1, no. It'll see $2 to $2.50 again. And that's all it'll get. Yeah, you use all your money up too. Exactly. Kodak knows what I'm talking about. That's why I exit as it goes down. I exit. You look different than I thought. Your voice matched. Well, I hope that's a good thing. Hope that's a good thing. I'll give you the side view. Side view. I like the dark and ominous look. I have the lights off. It's like, then I have the face mask on. I like this look. I feel like this is cool, you know, but got all this expensive equipment, I might as well use it. Yeah, I'm actually pretty young. But I look just like my avatar on TikTok. If you see my avatar, it looks a lot like me. All right, let's read some more news. It's almost 8 o'clock. We got to start rolling through these. Trump warns America's businesses, eat my tariffs or pay the price. Donald Trump is sending a stern warning to corporate America. He will use his bully pulpit. Oh, God. He will use his bully pulpit to publicly shame companies that dare to raise prices because of tariffs. After Walmart last week said it would have to jack up some prices because of high costs of the global trade war, in a Truth Social post, Donald Trump said on Saturday, demanding Walmart reverse its decision. Walmart should stop trying to blame tariffs as a reason for raising prices throughout the chain. Trump said between Walmart and China, they said, as it said, eat the tariffs and no charge valued customers anything. I'll be watching, so will your customers. Ooh. Henry says the genius stablecoin bill motion passed. Now it can go up for revote. Now hope it gets passed. Yeah, and we actually read the bill, Henry. I went through the entire bill. It's really not much. The only thing it does is I think it's going to be bad for Bitcoin in the long run. If you've been watching the show long enough, you know about what is going on with Bitcoin and Tether. So Tether is printing fake stable coins, basically, or inflating stable coins and pumping it into Bitcoin. So that legislation is going to put that to a stop. So you're going to see the fall of Tether, or you're going to see the fall of Bitcoin, one or the other. And I think 90% of Bitcoin's holdings are through Tether. So that is not going to be a good thing for Bitcoin. Yet people are being like super bullish on it. In the short term, yes, people will buy. People will buy based on this legislation, but this legislation getting passed will also not be so good. Let's see here. Oh, this is different. I was hoping that it would AI read it. But yeah, that's pretty good on that one. Let's see here. Let's see. Analysis: Trump truce with China on tariffs comes at a cost to the U.S. credibility. The trade talks in Geneva between the United States and China yielded greater than expected de-escalation in the ongoing trade war, but it won't be so easy to undo the damage. This skirmish has been done to U.S. trade credibility and the role of the dollar on the global stage. The two sides agreed a point-for-point mutual reduction of their respective tariff rates for initial period of 90 days, bringing the rates down to near the same levels that prevailed before the tit-for-tat escalation. This reduction of 115% points lowers the U.S. tariff rate on Chinese to 30% and 10% on U.S. goods flowing the other way. Consumer confidence hits near record low amid worries over Trump trade policy. And I think that's kind of what's going on, you know, like there's no deal. There's no deal. Henry says, studio looks cool, bro. Thank you, man. Appreciate that. But yeah, there's no deals been signed. These are temporary pauses with every nation. Every nation's got a temporary pause, and now they're putting out a letter to all the nations saying, this is what the tariffs are going to be. Take it or leave it. That's all you get. And Jayfinity, thank you for the Let 'em Cook. Much appreciated. But yeah, the letter's going out. The Trump administration stated that they cannot facilitate making all these deals. So they're just going to put out a letter to all the countries and say, this is what you get for tariffs. Take it or leave it. Reach out to us if you're going to do something else, and we'll retaliate, basically. So there is no resolve. Tariff-wise, there is no resolve whatsoever. Nothing has changed. But everyone is crazy. They're all eating the moon cheese just like, you know, like, my God, like, nothing is better. Nothing is better. I'd say the only thing that's been good is the deal between India and Pakistan, the ceasefire that may or may not hold. We'll see, but I mean, the fact that we're not looking at possible nuclear war, that's a good thing. But everything else, nothing is fixed. Nothing is better. No deals are signed. Even people literally think that there's a deal with China. People literally think that there's a deal with the UK. People literally think that there's a deal with Mexico and Canada and all these different countries, and nothing is set in stone yet. All tariffs are still in place. Even with the pause, they say, oh, we're going to put a pause. There's still tariffs in place. Nothing has changed. Jam say XRP is cooked, capital C. I think you're right. I think XRP may be cooked or just consolidates sideways until the case is settled. I think just a lot of people believe that it's going to 10K. They believe it's going to $11 million in XRP. They're just buying and holding forever. And I get it. You know, in 2030, it may be worth something. But that's not how you get rich in crypto. You get rich in crypto by trading the volatility. Cool studio. You kind of look like Ed Sheridan. That's funny you say that, because I actually used to work for Ed Sheridan. I have some videos when he was filming a music video, and I did the spotlight for his live. It was filmed at the Peacock Theater, and it was one of those things where you weren't allowed to film during the event, but I was up in the tower with the spotlight, so I actually got some video from it. Maybe I'll post that. I've been kind of waiting because I do have NDAs on that stuff. I'm waiting for the music video to air. Neo says volcano going off June 5th in the Pacific could cause panic. It's not going to be anything, though. We'll get some earthquakes in California, and I'll tell you what, I've lived in California my whole life. We do not care about earthquakes, man. No one cares. We literally are like, oh, was that an earthquake? Cool, grab me a beer. Like that's how we treat earthquakes out here, man. Nobody cares. That's all that'll happen. It's all going to be underwater. No one cares. That's mostly everyone else around the world cares about that. I do think it's quite interesting, but this isn't the first time things like that have happened around here. So, and they've been screaming that the West Coast is going to fall into the ocean for 20 years now, and no one cares. No one cares, man. Unless something actually really happens, no one cares. But it's funny you say that. Because I was wondering about that, but I looked into it, and it's supposed to be nothing. We had a 2.0 earthquake here in Jersey last year. Everyone was buying milk and eggs and bread. Oh, they're saying 10,000 earthquakes worldwide, 1 mile wide. Ash will darken the sky. Okay, so let me tell you right now, it is an underwater volcano. And underwater volcanoes erupt all the time. Okay, first of all. And they do not send ash into the sky like other volcanoes. Like, what was the one in Italy? Pompeii. You're not going to see any of that because it's all underwater. But you will get the earthquakes. And we've been having earthquakes all over the world lately. That's been happening. But nothing's been severe. There hasn't been much major damage. What was the one? Was it in Korea? Where the pool was on the roof of the building was going like crazy? That was probably the worst so far. But I'm not too worried about it. I don't even feel them anymore, man. Let me tell you, I have an air strip here and the planes are coming and going all the time. And that's part of why we had to build this studio. And the ground shakes when the planes come in just from the motors, and when the planes hit the ground, you just like feel it, and it shakes like everything. But like, I don't know, I just gotten used to it. Henry says, it's glorious. Caption Woody Harrelson. Nice. Yeah, it's whatever. You know, it's in California, we don't even notice that kind of stuff. I'd say the worst earthquake I ever experienced, I think I was in 4th grade. And there was like a 7.0. And it was, you know, it was like, oh yeah, the pictures on the wall rattled a little bit. And it was a little loud, whatever. I think we had one back in like 2020 or before that ish, and I think it was like a 5.0, and like the house shook a little bit, and the water in the pool was sloshing around. That's about it, man. It's really not that big a deal. We're used to it in California. We get them all the time. Nobody cares. All right, let's see here. We got some more news. Let's see here. Reuters is annoying, but it's a good news source. Let's see here. Get through this stupid ad.
What we're seeing is, yet again, what we're seeing is obfuscation on the Russian side, an unwillingness to get serious about the enduring peace that's now required in Ukraine. Of course, we have been keen to work with Donald Trump, whose desire is to see peace. But we have to say that once again, Russia is obfuscating. Once again, Russia is not serious. At what point do we say to Putin, enough is enough, let's get serious?
All right. So they're trying to negotiate deals for ceasefire, obviously. And Kodak says tornadoes are crazy. Feel bad for all those affected. Yeah, I've been in tornadoes. They're kind of crazy, you know, but I think they're more destructive than earthquakes. Utility and investment wise, what's your thoughts on Chainlink? I like Chainlink. I think that's a good one. I could do a technical analysis on it. Let's read some of this news first, and then we'll get into that. So remind me, Henry, in case I forget, but I like Chainlink. Let's see. God, I'm about to just skip this because the ads are just so bad, but it's good news. I'll just read the bullet points because otherwise we're just going to hit with a bunch of stuff. Lemmy says countries should respect treaties after India suspends water pact. India-Pakistan ceasefire is fragile, says diplomats, analysis. UK Lammy accuses Russia of obfuscating over Ukraine. So Islamabad, May 17th, Britain is working with the U.S. to ensure a ceasefire between India and Pakistan endures, that the confidence building measures and dialogue take place, Foreign Minister David Lammy said on Saturday. Pakistan said Britain and other countries, in addition to the United States, played a major role in de-escalating the worst fight in decades between the nuclear-armed South Asia rivals, which erupted last week. A rapid diplomatic effort brokered the ceasefire, succeeded on May 10th, but diplomats and analysts say it remains fragile. So we'll see what happens with that, but a ceasefire is a good thing, finally, and maybe Russia will do the same. I doubt it. Trump and Putin talk more than 2 hours, but there's no Russia-Ukraine ceasefire. Let's listen.
President Trump.
Support for NPR and the following message come from SAP Concur. LaTora Jackson is the Senior Manager for Finance Projects at AtriCure, a healthcare company creating technologies that help treat atrial fibrillation. Click the play button to hear her conversation with Ryan Demray from SAP Concur.
Stupid
and learn
ads.
how SAP Concur solutions give AtriCure employees more time to give back to their community.
President Trump spoke with Russian leader Vladimir Putin today and claimed he had made real progress toward ending the war in Ukraine.
It's a terrible situation going on over there. 5,000 young people every single week are being killed. So hopefully we did something.
President Trump has been calling for a ceasefire. President Putin suggested there was still more work to do. Trump also spoke with Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky and with the leaders of major European countries. Joining me now to talk through this is NPR's Charles Maynes in Moscow. Hey, Charles.
Hi, Mary Louise.
Hey, so a day of a whole lot of telephone diplomacy by Trump. Start with the call between Trump and Putin. That one was so highly anticipated. What did we learn?
Yeah, Trump and Putin spoke for just over 2 hours by phone. Putin was the first to give his take, calling the conversation useful, constructive, substantive. But for all those pleasantries, it was clear Putin hadn't agreed to the ceasefire Trump was after. Let's listen.
И Россия выступает за мирное урегулирование украинского кризиса.
So here Putin says that Russia is for a peaceful settlement to the Ukraine crisis, but he adds we should determine the most effective path towards that peace. And he later spoke of establishing principles of a settlement, the timing of a peace agreement, among other details.
Okay, so not exactly signing on to an imminent ceasefire then. It's almost like I think I can hear the can clinking as these two kick it down the road. What was the Trump readout?
Well, like Putin, Trump was complimentary about the tone and spirit of the exchange, calling it excellent, but he was actually effusive about the results. In a post to social media, Trump said that Russia and Ukraine would immediately start negotiations towards a ceasefire and ending the war. He added the details would be negotiated directly between the two sides, quote, as it can only be. Trump also said he'd been informed key players, including Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky and European partners about this, and suggested the Vatican may even host future negotiations, ending his post with, "Let the process begin!" exclamation point.
So it sounds like the American readout is certainly the more positive of the two, but square that with the fact that the Trump administration has been suggesting they might walk if there isn't progress and fast.
Exactly, but now it seems like Trump is suggesting he might distance the U.S. from
TikTok
negotiations.
seller, thank you for the 3 roses, much appreciated.
That he claims is going so well. That said, Trump also
And we
made clear
met
he had
our
no
goal
intention of walking away from other deals with Russia.
another 5
For
goats.
one, Putin's
Thank you, TikTok
advisor
seller,
later
with
told journalists
8
Trump
goats and
Putin
5
had
goats.
discussed exchanging 9 prisoners
Thank you so
from each
much.
side. That's 9 Americans arrested for low-level crimes, possibly coming home from Russian jails. Meanwhile, Trump also talked up the tremendous opportunities in Russia for business, calling the potential unlimited. And he said Ukraine could also benefit from trade as it rebuilds. Of course, detractors of the deal aren't quite so sure.
Charles, catch us up on another point. Europe. The Europeans have been threatening new sanctions against Russia if Putin didn't sign up to an immediate ceasefire. Do we know what happens to those?
Well, I assume they'll have to decide whether to give Russia more time to negotiate or not. Either way, the Kremlin's projecting confidence it can weather new penalties and that time is on its side on the battlefield.
And last thing, Ukraine. Wait, what is the Ukrainian take on all of this?
Well, President Zelensky of Ukraine took to social media to give his readout of the talk with Trump. He reaffirmed that Ukraine was ready for a ceasefire, but it said it was important not to dilute that proposal. The challenge for Zelensky is now avoiding any appearance of being seen by Trump as the greater obstacle not only to peace, but to other deals the American president clearly wants with the Kremlin.
NPR's Charles Maynes from Moscow. Thank you, Charles.
Thank you.
All right. So, yeah, no deal with Russia and Ukraine. But this one says Russia and Ukraine to immediately go to Ralph's. No, Russia and Ukraine to immediately start ceasefire talks, says Trump. So we'll see about that. U.S. President Donald Trump says Russia and Ukraine will immediately start negotiating towards a ceasefire and an end to the war after a 2-hour phone call with Russia. And we kind of heard a report on that. So some people are saying, oh, it's going to end immediately, and some are not so optimistic. I'm on the fence about it, but I'm not too optimistic about it. I think there would have been faster moves to this if they were really looking for a ceasefire. I think Russia wants a lot. Russia wants a lot, and I don't think they're going to get it. So we'll see. Let's see here. TikTok says, nobody on here on Twitch Monday night is at its finest. Thank you, man. I appreciate the support. Yeah, it could be a bait and switch. Henry, I agree. It's probably they're playing reindeer games. You know, they're playing around and playing the clock, trying to run out the clock to the second half. Let's see. Netanyahu slams France, UK, Canada for asking Israel to stop Gaza war. Let's see. A sharp exchange between Israel and the Western partners over Gaza policy unfolded Monday with Netanyahu slamming calls to halt military action just as a new Israel offensive reportedly killed more than 100 Palestinians in less than 2 days. So this isn't ended either. Let's listen to this.
Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu on Monday sharply criticized a joint statement from France, the UK and Canada condemning Israel's expanding military operations in Gaza as he accused the three countries of rewarding terrorism. In a post to X on Monday evening, Netanyahu lashed out at the statement, which was released by nations the Israeli government has historically considered its friends, by asking Israel to end a defensive war for our survival before Hamas terrorists on our border are destroyed, and by demanding a Palestinian state. The leaders in London, Ottawa, and Paris are offering a huge prize for the genocidal attack on Israel on October 7th while inviting more such atrocities, Netanyahu said. This is a war of civilization over barbarism. Israel will continue to defend itself by just means until total victory is achieved, Netanyahu wrote. Israel accepts President Trump's vision and urges all European leaders to do the same, the Israeli leader added. It is unclear which Trump Pelon Netanyahu is referring to. Trump has suggested that the United States take over Gaza and resettle in the war-torn territory. Last Thursday, NBC News reported that Trump's administration was working on a plan to relocate as many as 1 million Palestinians from Gaza to Libya. The U.S. Embassy in Libya on Sunday denied the reports in a statement on X. The joint statement, released on Thursday by the offices of French President Emmanuel Macron, UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer, and Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney, called on Israel's government to stop its military operations in Gaza and immediately allow humanitarian aid to enter Gaza. It also included a call on militant group Hamas to release the 58 hostages it still holds. We have always supported Israel's right to defend Israelis against terrorism, but this escalation is wholly disproportionate, the statement said. If Israel does not cease the renewed military offensive and lift its restrictions on humanitarian aid, we will take further concrete actions in response, the statement read. The statement did not specify what these actions may be. The leaders did, however, threaten to enact targeted sanctions on those attempting to expand settlements in the West Bank, which are illegal and undermine the viability of a Palestinian state and the security of both Israelis and Palestinians. After 11 weeks of a blockade on humanitarian aid into Gaza, Israel today allowed 5 United Nations trucks carrying aid into the Strip. Netanyahu posted a video on social media early Monday saying that Israel had allowed the aid in for practical and diplomatic reasons, following pressure from Israel's closest friends. The UN's Undersecretary General for Humanitarian Affairs and Emergency Relief Coordinator Tom Fletcher welcomed the move but called it a drop in the ocean of what is urgently needed. The Israeli military announced on Sunday it was launching a major operation in Gaza, Operation Gideon's Chariots, sending troops into the north and south of the territory. As of Monday, Palestinian news agency Wafa reported that 136 people had been killed and 364 more injured since the operation began, but noted that the toll may grow, as many remain trapped under rubble. According to Wafa, the death toll in Gaza since October 2023 has reached 53,486 people, with more than 120,000 others injured.
All right. So there's a lot of instability in the world right now. A lot of instability, and with instability comes volatility in the market. So that means, big pushes up, big drops down. And I really feel like, look at XRP. Obviously, today's candle hasn't closed, but we got a wick pushing down. So we could start heading back down to these lower levels here, and that would indicate the move for this head and shoulders. This magnet right here is strong. Should make that magnet like this. All right, see, Henry wanted me to look at chain link. Let's take a look at link. So we looked at this one, I'd say it was mid-April, I think we looked at this. And I was like, oh, this is a head and shoulders. and that we would see about 17 cents. And here we did beautifully. And it's coming back down. I'd say that this is an ascending, widening wedge right here. And this is a bearish move. There's a potential for another move upward, but I don't think so because of how straight upward this is. But if it did go up, I'd say 19 cents to 20 cents would be the top. I'd say probably just under 20. 19.85 would be the very top if it does do another pump. Or it breaks down. If it starts hugging this lower line right here, let's say bring that in a little more. If it starts hugging this lower line, it's probably going to break down from here. And that would send it back down to about 12 cents. So it just kind of depends on what the market does over the next several days. Everything's kind of in that limbo. We're just into Monday. But Wednesdays have been sell-off days. They're normally like pump on, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. Those have been sell-off days. So there is a possibility that this breaks downward, but I think there is a potential for one more move upward to 19 cents. We shall see. $19? No, 19 cents. Oh, it's $19. My apologies, $19. I'm sorry, it's late. I'm tired. I've been working like crazy on this thing, this studio. My apologies, $19. Can you have a look at Toshi? Yes, sir. But this is a bearish pattern, Henry. So it may have one more left in it before it's done. But after that, wherever it tops out at, and I'm telling you right now, it is not going to go higher than 1980-ish. I'd say probably more like 1950, 1960, just to be safe. Take your profits a little early. If you're going off the candle, let me see here. If you're going off the candle, 1937, baby. That's your sweet spot. All right. 1937, $19.37. You heard it here first. Chain link, which is, I think, more likely. However, we are going into crypto winter, but I think with the bill coming out and everything, it could create some type of sentiment. But let me tell you right now, if this, see how this is hugging this line? If this does this, it's going to break down. If it allows it to start shooting up here, then it could, that was incorrect. If it allows it to start shooting up here, it would do that. I think everyone has just got this overly bullish sentiment, though. So with factoring in moon cheese, I'd say that it's possible that we could see $19 and then break down. And that would be it. But be wary. If we hug this bottom line, it's going to break out. So we'll get there. Let me look at Toshi for Morgan, and then we'll do H-bar. Why are so many people so bullish? Because the Trump administration, and they think that because there's a new SEC that all the laws go out the window, and social media. Social media is a problem. It's a big problem right now. People are just being spoon-fed moon cheese. like 300 or 1,000% isn't good enough. I think a lot of people were fed the idea that they could put in $50 and by the end of the year they'd be a millionaire. That's what I think that stems from. That's why. And those people will be exit liquidity. They did it on purpose. They knew what they were doing. They want to shy people away from this stuff so that they don't get rich off of it. They want them to say, "Oh, that wasn't a good idea. I'm just going to stay away from it." Let's see. Morgan wanted me to look at one. I think it was Sui, right? Morgan, where's your chat in here? Now I don't see. There it is. Toshi. That's right. Morgan wanted to look at Toshi. I like Toshi. Toshi's a good one. I like Toshi. There's really not enough data on the day, but we'll go into the 1 hour to get some data. Here's the thing, Morgan. I want to show you something here, okay? See this big spike and then it tapers off sideways? This is a classic bull run cycle right here, okay? This is classic. And no matter what technical analysis on these low market cap coins you can come up with, 9 times out of 10, they're going to follow this pattern. So this right here, even though I'd say that this is kind of like a wedge pattern, this is going to do this. It's going to follow this line right here all the way back down to here. So your buy zone, 3 zeros, 1975 for buying, and 3 zeros, 43.43 for buying. Somewhere between those 2 points is going to be your buy point, okay? And you're going to hope for another spike up. But because it's already done this, okay, it will get another one. But it'll be smaller, just like this one is, okay? And the next one will be even smaller. So it'll run down, and then it'll only pump to about where it's at now, which is at 00072. Yeah, the bull kick. So this is going to head down this direction, and, you know, it could drop really hard and then shoot right back up. And that's what you're looking for in these coins, is that volatility, Morgan. You're looking for that volatility so you can buy these low zones, catch it when it jumps up here, and get out right away, because it will taper back down, and then it'll shoot up again. And then it'll run back down, and it'll shoot up again, and it'll run back down, and it'll shoot up again. And each time it shoots up, it's going to lose steam. Okay? So I think it's got a good drop in it to... I'll tell you where. 00047.48. 00047 to 48. Buy there. It's going to drop hard into it. Set a limit buy. Okay? And it could only go, hold on here. That would be the lowest point. But it could only go right here. There's a lot of support right here. So let's say 00055. Okay? It could slam down hard into that, or even lower, and then it would spike back up very quickly, and it would go back up to 00072 to 7170, something like that. And that would be, in the next few days, it would do that. Oh yeah, there are so many shorting opportunities right now. So many. Henry, you called it, buddy. Man, Henry, you're a smart cookie. I can't wait to meet you in Vegas. We're going to hang out. I'm on the fence about wearing my suit. I'm on the fence about it because I do have to carry all my equipment. However, I love wearing my suit, dude. I love it. Like, whenever I got to go to court, I can't wait. I can't wait because I get to wear my suit. Like, do not give me a reason to take you to court, because I will gladly go to court and file anything I can. I'll just grab a bunch of spaghetti and throw it against the wall and see what sticks on you. You do not want to get in a legal battle with me. I am brutal when it comes to legal stuff. I love that shit. I read case law in my spare time. I read bills and things like that. I understand the law very well. I was actually studying for the bar before I started this show, and I just kind of walked away from it because I was like, I'm going to do this. I'm Italian. I have enough spaghetti. All right, let's see. TikTok seller says he wants H-bar. H-bar, let's take a look. Hedera, baby. I like Hedera. I'm a fan. I'm a big fan of Hedera. Hedera looks just like Link. Same thing. We have an ascending, broadening wedge here. All right. And based on the news, if good bullish news comes out, we'll get one more pump. If not, we will break down. I think everything's got one more pump in it. I think everything's got one more good pump. XRP is the one that is it does its own thing. Okay, it is very hard to chart XRP. This is a nasty head and shoulders, but it could have one more pump left in it too. TikTok seller with the 24 roses. Thank you very much, brother. I appreciate you. I'm gonna throw some goats back up here. Let me drop the number on them though. Let's do goats. I like doing goats now. Goats is gonna be the thing. Let's do goats, and let's do we got disconnected. You know what? Fuck it. One goat. I need one goat. I used to do the goat thing. Ever since I got pneumonia, I can't do it anymore. I just can't do it anymore. My voice is still healing. Kodak with the goat. Thank you. Let's see if we can do it. Another one. Let's do another goat here. Let's do the heart me's. Let's see if we can get. I guess it's only going to let me do 20. Let's get some heart me's going here. Kodak sent a heart me. Thank you very much. Little jumped the gun on that one, so it didn't quite count, but thank you very much, Kodak. Let's go back to H-bar. I sent my heart me already. No worries, man. Appreciate it. I believe there are other levels in the heart me that you can send. So they go up. But let me tell you right now, the heart me's are the best thing that you can send me. That was your cat? But yeah, even if we don't reach the goal, just sending heart me's, the more individual people that send me a heart me, the better it is for me as far as actually making money on TikTok. Because it puts me in like another tier to where I actually can make some money. Man, we just keep getting disconnected. Hercules with the goat. Thank you very much. Much appreciated. Jessica Windrunner says the hype thing up so they can pull their money out or make people distrust crypto to keep everyday people out of it. Yes, they're creating distrust. I think the banking institutions are part of it. Yeah, there's something wrong with TikTok Studio. I may need to, I don't know, update it or reinstall it or something. It has been having so many problems. OBS is good. OBS is running fine, but TikTok Studio is just messed up. All right, let's do H-bar here. Like I said, if it hugs this bottom line and runs up like this, okay, it's going to drop out. But if it pumps one more time, it could go as high as 24 cents. 24.9 at the most, I'm thinking. 25, maybe it'll wick into that. I thought last night we're going to drop hard, kind of shocked. I mean, we kind of did. If you look at XRP, it did. It dropped hard, but the buy pressure is so intense. The moon cheese is crazy. The moon cheese is crazy, but we're not out of the woodwork yet. This is still a head and shoulders here. But this could also be, oh, this is what he was seeing. I see it now. You know, sometimes I get entrenched in what I'm seeing. And this is why it's good to have other people come on and talk, because sometimes the patterns just click, okay? Sometimes the patterns just click. And I see what he was saying now. And Mother of Dragons was talking about this. This is a wedge right here, which is bearish, okay? Because this is a flat bottom. This wedge is flat on the bottom, okay? That is a bearish wedge, not a bullish wedge. If it was tilted, this was coming from down here, and this was more like over here, that would be bullish. But it's not. So I get what he was seeing now. That's why I didn't see it, because it's not real. What's up, Mega? Glad to have you. Glad to have you, buddy. Welcome to the new studio. Mega Crypto's in the house. And as soon as he joins, TikTok starts crashing. I just came back to say, listen to me. Yeah. I see what you were saying. I see it now. I don't think it is correct, though, because it's a flat bottom here. This is flat. Are you saying it's a widening wedge? But I think this is going to head and shoulders. And we're gonna drop down here. And we'll run in this channel and we'll pump up maybe one more time to 250. That's what I'm guessing for right now, but this is a textbook head and shoulders. If you go into the 1 hour and look at it, that is a freaking head and shoulders. Now, could moon cheese play a factor? Obviously. And I don't know, maybe this is a broadening, descending wedge here. Let's just say it is. That's bearish too. That would indicate a drop downward. Nothing is telling me that it's bullish right now. It would take news. So, H-bar, same thing. We got an ascending, broadening wedge. I think it's got one more in it. I think it's got one more in it up to about, what did we say here? 24.9. 24,875-ish. And that would be it. My technical analysis needs a bit more tightening. I don't know, man. I've been calling it to the fraction of a cent every single day. Henry says, at Mega Crypto, sup, fellow bear? Yeah. Mega's joined the bear crew. Am I correct in assuming that, Mega? That you're on the bear train with us right now? I think everything's still got one more pump left in it. Possibly even XRP. But with the case thing, it could just be cooked for now. For now. I am on the fence. I think if we break above 250, then we'll see 280. But we could go as far as 250 and still be within this pattern, I think. And I think this is a broadening, widening wedge here on the bottom. That's also bearish. Everything is forming a bearish trend. I think Bitcoin's even doing it. Mega, this one's for you, bro. Could you imagine if Bitcoin double tops, consolidates at 65, head and shoulders, and drops to 20K? I gave this bold prediction many months ago on your show. Do you remember that? This is still on the table. It's more of a joke, but it could happen. It could happen, and you're going to hear it first. But Bitcoin, let me see here. Everything's acting funky. Look, Bitcoin's in an ascending channel as well. This is bearish. Yes, it is moving up right now, but eventually it will come back down, price correct, and we're getting close to all-time high at 109. I think if it did get another pump and it broke 110, it could do more, but it's going to come slamming down after that. Mr. Zine says it'll dump. It has to. I agree. What is going on? B says, I agree. 99.8% correct. Thank you, B. I appreciate it. Yeah, we've been on point with our technical analysis. My main thing is that I don't use indicators. I use the trend lines and I use the candles. And because of that, I've been more accurate. And I just have my own style of doing things. You're not going to see anybody else on TikTok doing it the way I do it and nailing it to the cent every single day. Neo, thank you for the heart me. You're just not going to see it anywhere else. I think everything's got one more left in it, though. And there's a possibility that XRP gets one more out of it, too, which would take it to 280. It's a possibility. Or it might just 165, and that's a triple top. Or I guess you could even call it a double top. You know, but I'd say more of a triple top. Because if you go into the 1 day, it's less candles. But it all might have one more in it. I'm leaning towards it's got one more in it. But let's say this does, XRP does head and shoulders and follows this channel down. That's bullish. That would indicate, golly, that would indicate a move down and then a pump up. And that's kind of what it's been doing. It's just been moving sideways. It's just been stuck near $2. $2 is a magnet. That's why I got the magnet right here. TikTok is censoring some of my comments. Yep. The censorship. He says to Mega, love you, Mega. Anyone that's anyone's the. I don't know what you mean by that, Mr. Zines. XRP's price action. it just, the next couple days are going to tell. But look we've got already in today's candle, I'm losing you guys again. We've already got in today's candle a nasty red wick and forming another red candle coming back down. It dropped down, it came back up here. It dropped down, it came back up here. It wants to come back down. Isn't 100 of BTC backed by $1 of Tether or something ridiculous? Yes. 90% of Bitcoin's holdings are in Tether. And I'll tell you, one person to check out and watch their videos on this. I did cover it, and there are some videos in my thing about the Tether Bitcoin thing, but Mega Crypto has covered this as well. Bitcoin is, for every $100 is backed by $1. And the stable coin bill that just passed today is basically going to expose that. That's the legislation we've been looking for. And I think that's part of why they passed it first. They know what's going on. You think they don't know what's going on? They know what's going on. And that's why I have this outlandish, some might say, prediction for Bitcoin to come back to 20K, 20, 25K. If this tops out here, double tops, consolidates, and drops again, forms a head and shoulders, we're going to see 20 to 25K again. You know what I finally realized? Do as you please. What orders? Hey, Mr. Zines, I just want you to know, I value your opinion. And I will always admit when I'm wrong. And I just haven't been wrong in a while. So I would say that it's highly likely that I'm due for a wrong one. So you could be right. And that's why I love this show. And we're open to those ideas. Because I'm hoping that something can turn me around to feel like we're going to better numbers, because I want it to go up. I want to make money off this thing. But I just don't see it yet. And Mr. Zines, I want to have you on the show tomorrow. If you're available tomorrow, come on the show. I'm going to have the IT guy fix all the audio issues with it. I've been trying to get it fixed, and I just haven't been able to figure it out. TikTok Studio blows. I prefer OBS. I can do it no problem. But the studio's a problem. So B says to seller, I hate TikTok. Yeah, I can't stand it. Yeah, I have to say things on Twitch because TikTok is censoring. We do a Twitch exclusive a lot of times just to talk about certain issues, because I can't talk about them on TikTok. B says, I love OBS. Yeah, I like OBS. I think it could use some work. It's still in beta right now. It's not what it could be. It could get better. Even with the stablecoin bill passed, coins are still going down. Exactly. Because you buy the rumor, you sell the news. B, thank you so much. Wow. 15 subscriptions? Thank you, B. Wow, we're in a hype train. We are 76% of the way to meeting a hype train goal, level 3. So if you haven't subbed yet, now is the time to do it. Let's go. Thank you, B, so much. I appreciate you so much, man. You are one of my, you are my biggest supporter on Twitch, man. And I'll tell you what, bro, I'm bringing, either way, we're going to TwitchCon together. Hopefully I speak. I really want to speak. I'm pretty confident that they're going to give me the spot. I'm confident enough to say, as of right now, we're the #1 crypto show on Twitch. I haven't seen anything up to par of where we're at. Henry, even with the, oh yeah, we read that one. I just really like Henry, that's all. Hey, Mega, you still here? I got a question for you. If you're still lurking in the background, or I guess watching quietly, I do have a question for you, Mega. And don't forget, if you're watching on TikTok, smash that like button, subscribe to the channel, share the show with your friends, and don't forget, we are live on Twitch as well. If you want to come over to the Twitch side, we will be ending the live here soon, and we'll just do a quick little ending on Twitch, where we'll talk about little things that we can't say on TikTok. Harley Dan, what's up? Danny Gibson, welcome, sir. Fine young sir and gentleman. I guess and ladies, yes. Don't forget the ladies. But yeah, thank you guys for your support, and those of you on TikTok as well. Mother of Dragons, thank you for the heart me. Much appreciated. I think we got one more in it. XRP is an anomaly, okay? But as far as HBAR and Link and all these other projects, I think everything's got one more in it. And I think that XRP could have one more in it. And it could come tomorrow. We could close a red candle today. But XRP will probably get less, 247 top out, maybe 250, and still be in a head and shoulders formation. But even if this is a broadening, descending wedge, this is still bearish. Bees on me at the Bellagio Sportback Bar. Down, bro. I'm so down with that. Yes, sir. We're going to have a good time that night. By the way, if you're coming to Vegas on June 2nd, we're going to hang out. We're going to have a blast. I think we'll probably, if we do a live at all, okay, I do want to do a live. But I'm thinking maybe 20, 30 minutes. We're not going to be doing any technical analysis. Maybe we'll do like the meet and greet. If you guys want, I'm going to talk to you and we're going to kind of go over it and play it by ear. But I was thinking like maybe a group picture and things like that. I'm in Bali. Well, I plan on doing an Australia meet and greet because I have a lot of people in Australia that watch the show as well. So I do want to do in Australia. And I've been wanting to go scuba dive there for a while. As you all know, or maybe you don't, I'm a scuba diver, PADI certified. And it has been a lifelong goal for me to go and dive the Great Barrier Reef. Mother of Dragons with the 2 finger hearts. Thank you very much. Love you. Appreciate you so much. Yes, so I got my certification in NASA, Bahamas. Got my certification in the Bahamas many, many moons ago. I wonder if do I need to renew that? I don't think so. We just went scuba diving in Mexico. Are you going to hit either the BTC or XRP conference? I'm tempted. What day is it? What day is it? Because I'm going to be there on the 1st. So if there is, even if I don't have tickets to get in or anything, I may just show up to do a quick little live. Hype chest on the way. What? We got a hype chest on Twitch. That's what's up. Oh, shoot. Oh no. Hold on. Boom. Oh, for all you on TikTok here, look it. We're on Twitch. We got a nice chat going on. Oh, I lost it again. Got a nice chat going on. Yeah, sorry, I had a glitch. So we're chatting on Twitch as well. Hey brother, let me know when you're coming to Australia. Yeah, I'm gonna wait till the show builds up a bit more. But we do get a lot of viewership from Australia. So I will be doing something there eventually. What the heck was that? Yeah, sorry about that, man. Little glitch, Twitch glitch. Sorry, Bitcoin's May 27th through 29th. XRP is May 30th through 31st. Yeah, I'm just gonna miss it. I know. I was gonna do that, but it's actually just because of the way things are going with the kids and school and everything. You may not know it, but today's my birthday. So happy birthday to me. If y'all want to sing happy birthday, whatever. Today's my birthday. I'm 37 years old today. World Series of Poker and crypto events. Yeah, Big Baller is playing in the World Series of Poker, so he's going to be there as well. So he's going to come hang out with us. TikTok seller says happy birthday, Oz. HD Militia says happy birthday. Henry says happy birthday. Thank you all very much. HBD, bro. Is that a crypto you want me to look at? If you want me to look at another project, Wendro, man. Oh, you said happy birthday. Duh, I'm an idiot. Happy birthday, bro. Thank you, Wenderman. Appreciate it. Hey, Wenderman, just so you know, I noticed you watch the show a lot, but you don't engage very much, and I appreciate having you here. But we will be leaving TikTok eventually, probably sooner than later. So definitely come over to Twitch. And I know you want me to do technical analysis on other projects and things. Come over to Twitch, man. Throw them in the chat, and I got you, bro. Because I do want to mitigate that because June 19th, TikTok will be shut down in the U.S. Harley Dan says, dude, happy birthday. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. 'Tis my birthday today. I'm old today. I turned old. And I'm excited because I get to debut the new studio for my birthday, the best birthday gift I could have got today. And obviously all of your birthday wishes. I love and adore you all so very much. Thank you. Thank you all for the love. What's up, Coach JV? Oh, that's not the real one. The real Coach JV was in the live earlier at the beginning of the show. Be careful, by the way. If you see fake Oz the Crypto Goat accounts, okay, be careful, okay? My name, Oz the Crypto Goat, and I believe the username on TikTok is it's the Cash App and Venmo, Ozzy 122 33 504. It'll never be different than that. No underscores, no nothing like that. So if you are seeing fake accounts, be careful. They'll be asking you questions there. It's always like, hey, how's your TikTok trading going? Have you seen those AI videos where people can AI or fake government officials just upload multiple hour-long videos and they just talk about nothing? It's super weird. Yes, I've seen that. I feel like it's the government testing AI. It's a possibility. I think it is AI. And I think what they're trying to do is get you to engage and chat with them so that they can learn how to talk. Harley Dan says, you're still a pup. I'll be turning 64 in June. Dang! king, bro. You know what? You should probably just turn your hat in today, bro. Just end it now. That's too old. I'm just kidding, bro. I'm totally kidding. Totally kidding. I don't want to get old. I don't like getting old, but unfortunately it keeps happening every single day, and I can't control it. But I'll tell you what, the moment I discover anti-aging, well, I already discovered that, but time travel or something like that, you will all be the first to know. But if you're looking to not age and live forever, so long as you have access to this one substance, you can live forever. And I actually know where to get it. That's what's crazy, is the fact that I know where to get this stuff. I can't talk about it on TikTok. And actually, I think we're going to end the TikTok live there. That's a good segue. We'll do a couple minutes and talk about that on the Twitch side, because we'll definitely get pulled off TikTok for talking about that. So come on over to Twitch. That's Oz the Crypto Goat, all lower cases, no spaces. And that's where we'll be for a little birthday gathering. All right. Yay. I can be done with TikTok. NAD. No, it's not NAD. Adrenochrome. Adrenochrome is a real thing. And the purest form of it comes from infants and children. However, your body produces it naturally. And it comes from a stress hormone in your body. And that's why they torture these children before they extract the adrenochrome, because when they're either extremely excited or extremely scared or in a lot of pain or agony, the adrenochrome is more pure. If you ever saw the movie Monsters, Inc., Monsters, Inc. was talking about this, okay? About how they used the laughs, right? Or they would scare the kids, right? And the scares produced energy, and the laughs ended up being more powerful. That is the case with adrenochrome. The laughs make it more pure and better, right? And it doesn't have as much of the come down and the loss of life force after using it. I've never used it personally. I do know people who have used it and who know where to get it or distribute it, but I'm not getting into any of that. But I've experienced this stuff firsthand, and it's all over Hollywood. And I wouldn't even say it's all over Hollywood. It's all over the big Hollywood circles, those private groups. They're all about this stuff, man. They're looking for immortality. It's not about getting high. Yes, it does give those effects of euphoria and things like that. So I've heard. But it is what they believe gives you immortality. It's extracted from the blood, I believe. But it is a real thing, and you can acquire it. I believe the hospitals carry it. It is a actual drug that the hospitals use. It's a real thing. Let's see here. Oh, by the way, don't forget, all these videos are recorded and posted to YouTube, so you can always go back and rewatch the lives on YouTube. Aussie Nate says, ask Hillary Clinton. I bet you she does know. You know, I bet you she knows something. So how do you guys like the new studio look and everything? How are we digging this? What color should I use in the background? I'm thinking about changing it up every once in a while. I like white too. White's kind of cool. And kind of turn these off. There we go. Kind of dark and ominous. I haven't decided what colors I want to go with. Tell me, is this too flashy? I can't slow down the speed, unfortunately, on this wash light. But it also goes through, blow the picture up. That's a good idea. Let me see here. Aha! Happy birthday! Jessica says, too much? Oh, you mean not enough? How about that? Yeah, we're live on Twitch. You see too much of me. I look gross. Let's bring it back to reality. How about that? What do you think? The different colors? Or just like the green? Or the blue? The red? Or the white? White looks kind of cool. It looks classy. I'm saying too much flashing lights. I agree. That's why I do a solid color. I'll probably change it up. I'm really digging white right now. White looks classy, sophisticated. White or blue? Yeah, blue's a good one. I think white. I chose green because green's my favorite color. If it like slowly switched colors or just switch it up. Yeah, for some reason on this one, I got it off TikTok Shop because I have a discount because I used to sell stuff or whatever. And the smooth setting doesn't work. That's the fastest, that's the slowest I can get it to go. Yeah, TikTok Shop. So how does this look where it's moving in the back like that? The guy behind, yes. As you all know, my name Oz Tin Man comes from the Wizard of Oz. Pay no attention to the man behind the curtain. There's actually a catwalk behind all the equipment going around the curtain behind it for access for the crew to come in and work during the live. So when we're doing the live, like the crew can come in and access things and work on things while we're still doing the live without disrupting anything. It's actually legitimate. This is like something I would build for my job in LA. And I kind of wanted to do like, I have a picture I wanted to hang in the back, but unfortunately the way it's set up and the size of the thing, it doesn't show. But I had a picture of a guy on the moon that I wanted to put up there, but it just doesn't look right. It's a little funky, but this is the sound. The curtains are great for the sound. So I ended up going with curtains because we use curtains when we do like live performances and recording as well because of the sound dampening effects that it has. So we ended up sticking with the curtains. But it's actually really legit. There's brand new carpet in here and it's fully soundproofed in. You know what? I kind of want to... You guys want to see the studio? TikTok Seller's the only person that's seen the studio. How about I turn the camera around and you guys can get a look firsthand at what's going on here. And I'll tell you what, it's magnificent. Hopefully the camera can catch everything because I think it's on a limited cord here. Let me see real quick. Let me see. Bear with me just a moment. So, yeah, you can't see it too well. So, the room. Yeah, unfortunately. Maybe I'll post a picture. I think I'll post a picture. So that way you guys can see it better. And TikTok seller's seen it, but it's legit. It is legit in here. And the sound quality is so much better. How's the sound for you guys in there? Because I've been playing with some of the sound stuff in here and trying to get everything dialed in. It's just been a lot of work with it's been a lot of work with building everything. So now that everything is built, I can kind of focus on the things that I want to focus on with the show. This camera. There we go. That's better. But yeah, it's coming together. It's finally where I want it to be. There's a few little things that need to be done, but I can at least still stream with the camera now the way I have it set. But it's legit, man. It's legit. We got the 3 monitors here. We got 2 studio lightings with filters on them that are adjustable. We have our mixer audio interface. We have the tiny 2K OBS speaker. We have our Rode mic. We have our DJI setup. And I want to give a special thanks to Sweetwater. Sweetwater is sponsoring the show. And let me tell you how amazing Sweetwater is. They called me today. I missed their call because we were doing the live. But look at, they call me regularly just to check up on me. And let's listen to it. This is awesome. I have never dealt with a company that's been so helpful. So special shout out and thanks to Sweetwater. Let me put on speakerphone.
Well, the need over 2 sound, we should be able to reach out, double check everything made it out, the safe, and last order went smoothly. I was giving a holler, sure everything is freaking right, seeing if you have any other orders of business I should be on top of. Give me a holler if anything comes up, number is 800-222.
But yeah, Sweetwater is amazing. They've been so accommodating and all. We did have to pay for most, I mean, everything came out of pocket, but they gave us an incredible deal for sponsorship. So special thanks to Sweetwater for all this amazing equipment that they helped us acquire. Mostly they sent us a lot of the sound equipment. So that's from them. And it started out by me ordering some stuff, and then I was pricing things, and they reached out to me and they said, "Hey, we want to help out with your show. We like what you're doing, and we see where you're headed with this." And I gave them, the picture of the studio, what my plans were and everything, and they were on board. They're like, yeah, man, like, let's do it. Let's pull the trigger. I'd already been spending a ton of money already. And they were like, we want to help you out and get you the things you need. And so much appreciation to Sweetwater. They're just amazing. Like, hold on. I think I got the candy in my desk. Look at when they send me shit like this. I know it's not that big a deal, but, this was full of candy. They're awesome, man. I have never dealt with a company that was so helpful. And I'm not saying that because like they sponsored the show. I like really, truly mean that. I've just never seen it before. Never seen that kind of support or anything. And I've done multiple shows. I've dealt with sponsors on other things. Harley Dan says, perfect. I can hear you easily, even with my old ears. I'm glad the sound sounds good for you guys. I put a lot into this, not just money, but also work. And, I want to give a special thanks to our IT guy and to our fact checker and to our journalism team. and to management for making all of this possible, because it wouldn't be possible if it weren't for this entire team working together and coming together and building this. The legit ones in here right now. I know, right? There's 80 you guys watching, and thank you all. You guys are my goated warriors. You guys are goated. And I thank you, and I appreciate you all so much. And I will continue to work my ass off and keep this going and keep this team together no matter the cost. The last thing I want to do is lay people off. We were making decent money enough to where I was like, okay, I can pay the staff. And then TikTok just bam out of nowhere, just like cut us off. We just got hit with too many guidelines, and it just killed the show on the TikTok side. But I still believe that we are on track to doing something much bigger and better. But I will be getting out in the field and meeting and talking with people firsthand. And by the way, merchandise is coming, y'all. T-shirts, stickers, hats, mugs, keychains, everything. I'm going to be working on everything, full line of merchandise for you guys to get a hold of. And those will be exclusive only on Twitch. IRL streams are going to be fire. I know, right? I have a feeling that the IRL stuff is going to be a separate show, and it's going to be recordings posted to YouTube. So that's going to probably be a YouTube exclusive show. So if you haven't gotten onto the YouTube channel yet, you're going to want to get over there and send me a subscription. It's free. It's free to subscribe on YouTube. All right. So don't forget, we will be there as well. And so that's going to be a separate show that it's going to be, I'm still playing with it. It's still in the beta phase right now, working on it. But June 2nd will be the first IRL live that we do. And those of you that are in Vegas with me will be a part of that. So definitely come on down. June 2nd, we will be at Caesar's Palace near the fountain at 5 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. And that's where we're probably going to meet there. And I'm going to talk with you guys first. And then we'll probably start the live show. I'm thinking like 6 or 5:30. It just kind of depends on how it goes, because people may show up late. And if that is the case, I'll probably just go around and interview people. But I do know that there are several people that are confirmed to be there. So we will be hanging out. I know at least 2 people for sure are coming. And there's I'd say 5 or 6 people that are tentative to come. So we shall see. But I do know there's a lot of people that are like, okay, I got to make some plans and preparations. That's why I posted it like a month out from now, to give people time to prepare for that. But when I'm going, it's that time of the year. Like, everyone goes to Vegas around here around that time of the year. Harley Down says, I'm going to try. Dude, you better. If you can make it, I would love to meet you, man. I want to meet all you guys face to face one of these days, especially all my my OG followers, everyone that's been here since when we were streaming on the Switch. I want us to all link up and meet together eventually, and maybe 10 years down the road we'll all have a reunion meet and greet, and by then I'll fly y'all out. You know what I mean? I'll put everybody on a jet and get you into one spot. But I think Vegas is going to be the central hub. Vegas and San Diego and LA, Anaheim is where we're going to be doing most of the meet and greets. 1, because it's more local for me, and 2, because that's where the tunnels are, baby. That's where the tunnels are. I'm still on the fence about it, but I do kind of want to go take a day of work just to go film some of that stuff for you guys. Just to get credentials, to get in, baby. I just got to get in one day and film it. And because who cares? Like, what are they going to do? Fire me? I'm already retired, you know? Like, what are they going to say? I can't go down there anymore? Okay, like, fine. I needed it one time. I can't get in trouble. I could get sued, but I like going to court. At worst, the worst thing they could do to me is Alex Jones me and basically take away the show. Everything else, like, they can't really touch that. Make it a golf trip? Bruh. Yes. Who wants to go golfing? You know what? Maybe we'll go do top golf in Vegas. What do you guys think about doing that? Top golf in Vegas? What? I kind of want to go do that. I've never done top golf before. But we could do a golf trip. Maybe we should go golf Mar-a-Lago. Go get a little interview with Trump. I'm kind of bummed that I never got to work for the Trump administration, you know? And I'm kind of bummed I never got to work for the Republican Party either. I got to work for the independents and I got to work for the Democrats. But yeah, that would have been cool to have, you know, both of it under my belt. As you know, I'm center line, middle of the road. I kind of lean right, but I'm in the middle, and I believe it's a uniparty. Have you been in the White House? No, I've not been in the White House. However, California State Capitol in Sacramento, I've been in the very top of the dome. That's when I got to meet Arnold. There's no middle anymore, brother. I disagree. I think the truth lies in the gray area, right in the middle. See the gray behind me? That's where the truth lies, right in the middle of the gray. And as you see, I sit right in the middle. Maybe I need to get a red curtain and a blue curtain, and then the gray curtain in the middle. What would that be? I guess it would look like red, white, and blue. Ooh, I like that. That's a good idea. What do you guys think? Red, white, and blue curtains? What? Say less. I'm thinking, you know what? I have a black American flag. I might fly that in the background here. Y'all know what that means? The black American flag? Some people think it's unpatriotic, and that's because they don't understand. Yes, no quarter. No quarter shall be given. After, well, I'm not going to talk about that. I'm not going to talk about that. Maybe one day, if I meet you in person, I'll tell you that story. I wouldn't say that about Trump, Harley Dan. But I think back in like the 90s, 80s, 90s, what he is today would be considered left or center line. Today it's the right, but that's the Overton window. The Overton window shifts. And what you're seeing is people who are center and moderate are being viewed as right wing because we drift left slowly over time. If you guys don't know what the Overton window is, Google it and you'll see it shifts back and forth like this all the time. And people see it as like a wheel and a dial that turns like this. For me, I see it more as linear. It's a rubber band that is stretched and released like this. And what we're seeing right now is the rubber band is being stretched so much that eventually it comes flying back to the other side, or it snaps and they just fly away from each other. And that's what creates civil war. You should do a political spectrum test on stream and see where they put you. That's a good idea. I'm trying to not take a political stance in this show. You know, I did state who I voted for, and people literally thought I voted for Kamala because of how I talk. And just because I'm critical of Donald Trump doesn't mean that I didn't vote for him, you know. But at the same time, I will be critical of anyone. That not only is that the point of this show, but that's just who I am. I will be critical of every single president, person, whoever it is. I believe blindly following somebody is, one step away from putting a swastika on your chest. We are at a point where you can either care about people or money. It's just where we are, sadly. And that's the problem, is I want to secure our country financially, but I also don't want to ruin people's lives and family. And unfortunately, that's what it's come down to, is either lose our country or lose our countrymen. If you're not critical of the president, then you're blinded. I agree. I don't think I've ever had a president that I didn't find critical. You know what? I'm going to get a lot of hate for this right now. Okay. Do you guys know who I believe is the worst president in history? You guys will never guess. And I'll tell you right now, I'm going to get a lot of hate for this. But let me explain myself why. Okay. Last president I liked was Reagan. Yes, I do. I also am very critical of Reagan, man. But yes, I would say the last good president we had was Reagan. But I think the worst president of all time was Abraham Lincoln. Abraham Lincoln was the worst president of all time. You know why? I'll tell you why. Our country is stuck. I knew you were going to say that. Our country is stuck in martial law. We have the courts we have now. We have censorship and surveillance state, all because of Abraham Lincoln. Jessica says, agree, he was a lie. Yes. Abraham Lincoln suspended habeas corpus. He silenced the media so that they couldn't talk poorly about the Union. I didn't want to look like an idiot saying Lincoln. Yeah. Good for you, man. You're a smart cookie. You know, for such a young lad, I am so proud of you, young man. You have wisdom beyond your years. And it's awesome to see a youngster with a good head on their shoulders, because I'll tell you what, they are few and far between these days. Yeah, no problem, man. I think credit should be given where it's due. You know? But yeah, Abraham Lincoln was the start of all these problems that we have today. All these issues is where it all started from. And you have to understand, these are incremental, small changes over time, but it's a slippery slope. Here's a book for you guys to read, The Slight Edge of Infinity. Okay? The Slight Edge. Okay? Read that book. Basically, life is the edge of a blade that you walk down. And if you lean to one side or the other, you fall down on one side or the other if you do not walk straight along the edge. Why do they paint him into being so amazing? Because if people understood what he did, they may try to change it back to what it should be. B. Walters, Big Baller says at TikTok seller, you ever looking for a job? I have multiple businesses that have management positions. Dude, this kid is 18 years old. He was going to come to Vegas and he's like, I'm not old enough. I was like, he is 18 years old. I know, right? They need to keep the narrative. Exactly, Jessica. Yeah. You know, I have personally seen TikTok sellers work ethic too. This kid, if he's not in the live, he's on TikTok hustling some new product. I've never seen such good work ethic. You know, I would say that my son, he's 18. He's just as good as my son with his work ethic and what he does. I'm really proud of my son. He does a lot of work for this show. And I'm very proud of him as well. I run 2 TikTok accounts. My last video is at 20K views in 11 hours. Dang, bro, 11 hours of streaming? 11 hours? You're crazy. Management's looking at me saying, hey, it's almost 9:30. Is IT here? Okay.
We've been waiting patiently.
Okay. But is he ready to go? Okay. So I'll just go live until IT gets here. All right. Yeah, so we're just waiting on IT guy to come. Yeah, I'm 30 minutes over and staff's like, we want to go home. Everybody wants to go home. So staff's going home and IT guy's coming in. So the IT guy's not here yet. So we'll just hang out. What do you guys want to talk about? What do you want to know? The floor is yours. I'm just kind of riffing. We're hanging out. I'm excited about having the cameras on and the lights and everything. So this is a little bit more of a special live. And I'm like fully soundproofed in here. So I'm not like disturbing anybody or anything. So like I can go live all night now if I want to. So this is incredible. I may start doing where I'm probably going to start taking certain like slow days away, like Wednesdays or Thursdays or something like that are slow TikTok days. Or like if it's a slow day for the live, I'm going to be like, you know what, I'm cutting it and we'll do it at, oh, IT's here. All right. But yeah, I'll probably do something where I'll do like middle of the night shows and won't do it one day and do it a different day at a different time, just to reach a broader audience. Because I think part of the problem with where we're at in growing the show is partially due to the schedule. So I may do like 1 hour segments multiple times throughout the day. And maybe do like the news show at 5 to 7, and we'll do like a morning, noon, and night. I don't know. I'm still working on that. But so far, we're going to keep it 5 to 9. All right, everyone. Much appreciation to all of you, and thank you all for your overwhelming support. I appreciate you all very much. And wow, the whole staff is dancing in the background right now, like waiting for.
Capoeira, okay.
They're doing capoeira. Oh, Brazil. Brazil. All right, have a good night. And I'll see you all in Vegas, June 2nd. Harley Dan, I'm talking to you, bro. I wanna meet you, buddy. Yeah, this is a good one. There's a couple of, the IT guy found all this music for us. So this is all copyright free stuff so we can be on YouTube. All right. Have a good night, everybody. I love and appreciate all of you. And thank you for the birthday wishes. YouTube's okay. Then I have this right here. Thank you, TikTok seller. Much appreciation. FYI, TikTok seller, I got a question for you if you're still there. I need to do a test stream to fix the audio for when I have guests speak on the show. Would you be willing to come on for a test stream to test the audio as a guest? If not, I can have one of the staff members stay over. But if I can get somebody on TikTok, that would be helpful. Or anybody that's willing to donate a little bit of their time, help the show. If y'all are still there. This way I don't have to keep somebody over. A lot of people want to go home. It's 9 o'clock at night.